Terraria Hardcore, something I have only beaten once before, but that was only on expert mode. So now we're bumping the difficulty straight to master mode, but not only that, I will be forced to play on this world for 100 hours, with each stage of progression being locked behind 10-hour increments. The dangers of this extra time is that it opens the window wide to growing comfortable and making careless mistakes. Could I beat Master Mode Hardcore while spending 100 hours in it? Well, this was my journey to find out. But before that, really quick, sharks. This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. If you don't know what a VPN is, then I guess you don't watch YouTube as much as I do, but basically, they let you mask your presence online. Surfshark even allows you to create an alternate ID that will replace your own personal information. For example, I can create a fake ID with this totally random name I came up with, and now this is what prying eyes will see me as. They even have an alert system that will notify you should your data be breached, and as a YouTuber who takes his privacy very seriously, having a feature like this is a very big deal. You can also use the VPN to access content from other countries when you're watching Netflix or other streaming platforms. So if a show you have been dying to watch is not available in your country, you can still watch it. And don't worry about buying multiple licenses for your devices because you can set up one account and use it on an unlimited number of devices, unlike certain other services I use daily. Another thing you can do is use the VPN to purchase cheaper plane tickets and hotels. But if you're not sure if it's for you, you can try it out risk-free with their 30-day money-back guarantee. And by using my promo code or the link in the description below, you can get an extra 4 months free with Surfshark VPN. Be sure to check them out, and thank you Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. These are the first 10 hours of 100 hours in Master Mode Hardcore. My objective with starting this challenge was also to allow for mistakes and failures. I do, however, need to get past the first 10 minutes in order for this to qualify in a whole run. And in the very first of my attempts, I ended up in a cave where I literally didn't encounter a single chest, got no recall potions from pots, and was attacked by 3 worms at the same time. No way of escaping, no weapons, no nothing, and 3 worms. It didn't turn out very well. So, onto the run where I did survive the first 10 minutes. The first thing I took care of when joining the world was making wooden armor and 3 NPC houses. Slimes scare me too much when I'm this weak, so having the merchant arrive and sell torches would be a big help. It also just so happened to be a windy day, and there were dandelions trying to kill me near spawn. I don't know the first thing about trying to kill these things. They always spawn at a time when they're not a threat. Are they dangerous this early in the game? I haven't a clue, and this isn't the run to find out. Slimes, of course, were spawning, and Asher was being a classic guide. Guide, why do you let a bunch of slimes into the house? Why do you do this? Why? He was killed immediately after, which is well-deserved. Houses in place, I went to the left where several living trees were awaiting me. Maybe I'll get a finch staff, but even if not, these things are great for getting started supplies. They're almost necessary, in my opinion, for getting a quick start in hardcore. Sure, you can survive without them, but they give such a boost. Plus, the living loom and the more useless accessories are at least worth some money, which I can use to buy torches from the merchant or maybe some other things. There was no finch staff, and further to the left is the desert. There were hardly any cactuses, which sucks. Cactus armor is great for its thorn set bonus, but I did decide to chop the palm trees. I never make wooden armor in any of my runs because it feels like a waste, but for some reason I was curious as to whether the palm wood would make slightly better armor or a better bow than the normal wooden one. A little further down was cactus, as well as several vultures I had to deal with. A little section of forest made me think I was on to the next biome, but second desert was awaiting my arrival. I still needed more cactus, so I figured I'd give it a try.
Well, the zombies are here.
Oh! I thought he would jump! That was me Misunderstanding how the enemy's AI works. Guess I'll leave abusing that to Wild LMAO. I had enough cactus for armor, and a palm bow isn't really any better than a wooden normal one, assuming they were on the same playing field, but as it would turn out, the wooden bow I'd already made was frenzying, giving it a minus 25% damage debuff, so literally any other bow would probably be better than that one, so I'm going to be a very special little boy using a palm bow. The next step in any Terraria journey is to head deep into the mines, and a naturally generated cave just on the right side of the world made this super easy, barely an inconvenience. There wasn't much in the initial cave, and I was worried it was a dud of a cave, but after some quick mining, I found where it continued and came across my first heart crystal. Soon after came the second and a golden treasure chest with Hermes boots and a gravitation potion. As you could have likely seen, there was a glowing mushroom next door. These are always so great to find as they often have a lot of treasure, but I feel like it's a 50-50 shot. You get ones that have all kinds of loots and then ones that have absolutely nothing. This one would fall into that second category. There were so many enemies around that I ended up making a platform bridge at the top of the thing and mined a little bit. This allowed the enemies to despawn, and so I mined through the first layer into the lower one, which did at least have one treasure chest for me, but a giant Shelly was also awaiting me.
Way too close. Goodbye.
I had gathered enough materials to craft a regular hook, a tungsten bow, a platinum short sword of all things, and full iron armor. I don't remember the last time I made an ore short sword. Who even does that? They're not bad by any means, but they're not exactly the best either. A better sword would be the Star Fury, and well, remember how I got that gravitation potion earlier? Well, it's time to check out the skies.
Please give me a floating highland. Please. Pretty, please. There we are. Oh, harpy. Oh. And of course, the first one I find is a stupid lake.
Getting one sky lake sucked.
Another. You're kidding. You are so lame.
But I did end up finding 2 more sky islands, and those islands had a shiny red balloon and a celestial magnet. Neither of these were what I was looking for. Sure, a shiny red balloon is great and all, but a lucky horseshoe and a Star Fury would have been wonderful, or better, or whatever. But thankfully, I did have more potion left, which was enough to collect yet another shiny red balloon and, thankfully, a lucky horseshoe. I had less than a minute left of the second potion, and yet I used some of that precious time to scope out a desert for a desert pyramid. There wasn't one, unfortunately, but a sky island just so happened to be right above the desert, and it had the Star Fury, so now I got everything space has to offer me. Back at home, the traveling merchant had stopped by, and I wish I had managed to collect more money up to this point.
What you got? You got a blue chicken? Oh, you got my fedora? I want a blue chicken egg. There's no way I can afford it.
And now this is the part of the game I wonder where to explore next, as I've checked out most of the main cave, if not all of it. That's when I checked the map and saw something totally unexpected.
I could explore the surface some more. There's more desert. What if? There's a desert! Oh my god, I almost missed it! Oh, that changes everything. Why did it generate so weirdly? Or why can I see this? Like, where'd that light come from? I probably would never have noticed it. There it is. What is it going to give me? Deserts or sandstorm in a bottle.
The sandstorm in a bottle is the single best double jump accessory in the game, if I'm not mistaken. My last hardcore run had a pyramid as well, but it had the vanity set, which could be shimmered into the sandstorm in a bottle and a magic carpet. That would have been nice, but I'll gladly just take the bottle. At least now I don't have to find the shimmer before I can get the better accessories. A little further down and I finally found the Crimson. There is a cave in the middle of it, which I've seen before, but they never go anywhere. At least, they don't usually do, because this one actually is a normal cave, like what you'd find in the forest, and it carved its way through the Crimson Caverns, leaving a Crimson Heart totally exposed. I just can't break it because the Goblin Army is locked behind hours 10 through 20, and breaking the heart will cause them to spawn in short order. Further down was another glowing mushroom with a water chest. Unfortunately, it didn't have any water walking boots, but while I was distracted with that, a piranha nearly ended the run. These things do stupid damage. 1 or optimistically 2 more hits and I would have been done for. I rode the minecart track that was there, and it's the single smallest minecart track I've seen in a large world, but it brings me into the tundra, and it's not great. But flinxes are spawning, and an early game flinx staff would be quite valuable.
Getting all that over there would be good. I think this flinx would be good. Ho, ho, ho! They do so much more damage than I thought they did.
A little further down, there was a lost girl or nymph, and this may very well be the earliest I've ever seen one of these things. They are stupidly strong for where they are, but a stack of throwing knives and a nice little perch were enough to take her out.
Oh wait, warding metal detector. Hold up. Yeah, thank you.
That's great, and when I whipped out a torch, I spotted a nearby chest.
Blizzard! Oh, we're set.
I now have 2 of the best double jump accessories, and I haven't even found the cloud in the bottle. You know, the one that most people find first. I continued to explore the tundra, grabbing whatever I could and found a snowball launcher, which is a great ranged weapon at the stage, and then continued down the minecart track that had brought me there.
Of all things, I wouldn't have expected one of those to be.
I actually hadn't picked up any snow in the tundra, so I went to collect some to make snowballs for the cannon, and I figured I'd see what's beyond the tundra, where I found the perfect example of why you look before you leap.
Oh, ha, ha! Oh.
And if you've been enjoying this video, do be sure to subscribe. At the end of the year, I'll be firing 1 mini nuke 2 out of this rocket launcher in an attempt to destroy an entire small world. So if you want to help me as well as support more long journeys like this, be sure to subscribe. I returned to the caves where an evil presence started watching me, but I don't have too much health and have no arena set up, and thus I am not ready for the battle. This is actually when it occurred to me that the eye could still be a problem. If something came close to killing me underground, I could be forced to teleport home to escape, but now if I did that, I'd presumably be at low health as the boss spawns in. That would be less than ideal, so I gotta play things ultra safely. It's just a good thing I had the forethought to craft a watch before coming down here so I can see when it turns to morning. I came across a flare gun, and those are actually great in hardcore. I found the water walking boots I was after, and then I crafted a diamond hook and full platinum armor. If I wanted, now I would be strong enough to take down the eye, but it's day, so I figured I'd craft a few houses, and that might have been a mistake, as when night rolled around, the evil presence started watching me again. I frantically crafted some platforms and set up a rudimentary arena just before the eye spawned in. That went quite smoothly, and I'm still amazed how a few potions can make even Master Mode Eye Cthulhu a bit of a pushover. The zombies that had spawned were honestly a greater threat during the fight. Anyways, I still hadn't checked out the rest of the surface, and on the right side of the world, there were even more living trees. Still no fledgling staff, but now that I've crafted the flint staff, I suppose there's no need. At least these trees still have plenty of useful supplies, including an aglet. Now with all these supplies, it's finally time to get organized. I ended up making a storage system similar to the one from my 1 Year 1 World series, although I'm not sure why I put these houses underground and the treasure on the second floor. It makes no sense to me, but I guess that's just how it's going to be. The garden was even started in the ground beneath the NPCs, as well as on top of the house. Potions are obviously a vital part of any hardcore run, and now I got plants on the ceiling and in the basement. My base is confused, and so am I, but at least there were night crawlers all over the place that night, so I got plenty of quality bait for fishing. With my house in order, I decided it was time to brave the jungle. In this phase of progression, a boomstick is the only way I could get the arms dealer to spawn. The blade of grass is also my favorite pre-hard mode weapon. It's just, the jungle is dangerous, and the first Ivy chest I found was real disappointing.
Oh, the single worst thing I could have asked for. That sucks.
I did find myself quite satisfied with the snowball cannon as my ranged weapon for the time being, and I used the flare gun for the first time in what feels like absolutely forever. And even after exploring for what felt like forever, I didn't find any more Ivy chests, but I did gather enough materials to get the blade of grass. Before returning to the jungle, I set up housing for a desert pylon, and the first chest I then found in the jungle was a cloud in the bottle, at which point it suddenly dawned on me. I am now well set up to get the bundle of balloons. I just need to fish up one more shiny red balloon. I'm not sure if I need 3 horseshoes, but all I know is that I'm extra motivated to survive these first 10 hours because this is literally the first time I have ever been in a position to make the bundle of balloons. Now I can be as motivated as I want, but I still found myself quite low in health around a marble biome when a hoplite later spawned and dropped the Gladius. I mean, that's cool and all, but how could this thing possibly be useful to anyone? I found a staff of regrowth, my final heart crystal, and then jumped into a mother slime several times and nearly got myself killed. And this brings me to the part of the show when all the gameplay is just fishing. I kid, although I did kill the Eye of Cthulhu a second time so I could have enough Crimson to make the flesh catcher. I did fishing quests and slime started raining from the sky, so I figured this was the perfect opportunity to get King Slime to spawn for free, and I combined that objective with finally exploring the last of the surface on the left side of the world. Yes, I still haven't done that. So I made my way over to the ocean, and upon arriving, King Slime awoke.
There's King Slime. Alright, you take this out of the Crimson. Oh, that actually did substantial damage. Hold up. No. Hold up, King Slime can't kill me. Can't let this happen. He's actually posing a substantial threat right now. This is because he has his other slime friends here. And I have no arena. Stay up here and deal damage from far away until he decides to teleport again. Like that. Oh, I could have stayed up there. Rip. Uh-oh. Holy cow! How am I almost dying to King Slime? Damage output is actually really high. Stay away. Don't get hit. Extraordinarily cautious. This is not what I was expecting at all from this fight. Man, I'm loving the snowball cannon. Okay. Oh, right. Other slimes. Don't get carried away. That was way closer than it should have been.
That is embarrassing, how close I came to dying to King Slime, and it was quite humbling. I was feeling real strong and nearly invulnerable, but the giant gelatinous mass nearly killing me brought me right back to Earth and reminded me that Master Mode Hardcore is never to be taken lightly. This is when fishing did start to kick in. Sure, I can't get the Goblin Tinkerer, but I can at least get the shiny red balloon I need and be ready to craft the bundle of balloons the moment I can. And thus began the fishing at the Sky Islands.
No one can stop me, I'm too strong when it comes to fishing kind. I'm gonna fish 'em all out of existence. I'm too strong of a fisherman. I cannot be stopped, and no I cannot, because I'm a fisherman, a fisherman. No one can stop me, watch me go. I don't know where that came from. All right, drink.
A few moments later.
Just watch me go, I'll be a fish, a fisherman, the most fisherman of them all.
I don't know where that came from, but you can expect the official Thorben Fishing Song album to release in the near future. It didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would, but I did get the shiny red balloon and extra horseshoes. So I suppose if I do end up needing 3 horseshoes, I at least only need 1 more now. I then started a search for the Anklet of Wind and Boomstick, but ended up sidetracked as I found myself in the general area the shimmer tends to be. I searched all over the place, but couldn't find the gosh darn thing, so I figured I'd reset by going home and beginning the bombing campaign. I just didn't have a good way of getting over there fast and figured I'd see if a teleportation potion just so happened to bring me to the right spot.
Ho ha 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 ha. Nope.
And so the bombing commenced, and the thing is, I forgot I was blowing up the jungle.
No.
I panicked. I fled home as I was already losing health fast in the jungle. But now I'm outside the jungle, and there's no chance I can return to it without the enraged bee slaughtering me. I ran away, my mind racing for ways to make her despawn, and, well, there's only one method: to save and quit. And I honestly don't know how I feel about that. I hate combat logging to escape death, but at the same time, the point of this challenge is that certain bosses are locked right now, and that includes Queen Bee. So technically speaking, I'm not even allowed to kill her. Does that mean I just have to accept death? Can I combat log? I don't know. Let me know what you think, and if I run into a similar situation another time, I'll use the general consensus to decide whether I can combat log or not. Oh, and not 5 minutes later.
You're kidding.
I totally forgot water could break the larva. Oh, gosh darn it. Needless to say, the shimmer hunt wasn't going well, and I returned home to reset and rethink my life, but then realized I didn't have an easy way back to the other side of the world, and figured this was the time to grab a conch. I just have to be extra careful with the rolling cactuses. But I got a Star Fury, so it should be fine.
Oh! I didn't see the second one.
Unfazed, I continued to explore and found the dumb snake flute thing. It's actually a neat little item, but I seldom find a use for it. The second chest, thankfully, had the conch, and I considered leaving, but then I thought, while I was here, I might as well find an ancient chisel. Maybe spending more time in the desert is a dumb idea, but I did it anyways, and it didn't take long to get the chisel either. Genuinely, some of the easiest desert exploration I've ever encountered. You know, ignoring that whole rolling cactus incident. When I teleported home, it dawned on me, too, that I may never return to the underground desert. What other purpose could it possibly serve me? Especially since hard mode underground desert is nothing more than a death trap. Not long after that, a blood moon happened, which means it's time to farm for that lovely little money trough. But before that, I needed to grab Deathweed. I honestly don't remember the last time I actively sought out Deathweed. Usually I just collect it when it just so happens to be available. A little farming later and the money trough is mine. No bloody tears drop, which is too bad, but as the morning rolled around, I added 3 more houses and expanded the garden. I should probably also get back to finding the shimmer, but instead of searching the area I had been to before, I started blowing up a new tunnel. This one outside of the jungle. It ended up paying off as I found myself falling right into the shimmer, but even as I did, I was in disbelief. I didn't think they could spawn below the glowing moss. I have only ever seen them on the right or left of those things, so this threw me for a bit of a loop. The invisible enemies did that as well, and an invisible Shelly said hi as I was readying some housing. I shimmered the permabuffs, including ambrosia, which I am always forgetting to get, as well as a couple extra magic mirrors, and then decorated the garden. At this point, this challenge is feeling a bit more like my 1-year challenge, and in many ways it is. It's just I'm incredibly stressed rather than relaxed, which is just great. I set up the jungle pylon, figured I should collect the ice skates for the eventual Terra Spark boots, and quickly retrieved those in the very first chest I came across. I am actually getting actually stupidly lucky with my chest loot this run, and it's causing me to have to dream up more and more ideas for what to do, as these farming and exploration sections are not taking the time I expect them to. Elevator is always nice, I guess, so I began mining.
Watch this be a lava charm. Just watch. It's going to happen. All right. Lava charm. Here we come. Ah, I was wrong.
But then You know that super lucky chest luck thing? Well, not 5 minutes later.
Oh, lava charm, I long to see you in a chest. There it is! Let's go!
Now I just need the Obsidian Rose and the Goblin Tinkerer himself. It's just too bad the Obsidian Rose can't be found in a treasure chest, as I'd probably get it in the very first one I looted. There was a very handy pool of lava and water for loads of obsidian, and I broke into the underworld in no time at all thanks to Scarab Bombs, the single best bomb in the game. Now, one thing I am going to have to do is set up my house to be more mob-proof, and once I get the mechanic, that'll be much easier. It's just that right now, I don't have the mechanic, so I made a large secondary box around the house and filled it in with wall, as well as prepared lava moats, but I'm not filling them until I get terrace bark boots. The next hour was filled with nothing but blowing up the area around the 3 separate crimson biomes on my world. This will prevent the spread to a degree in hard mode, but not entirely. The main problem is the underground crimson that'll spawn in hard mode, and when I separated that from the rest of the world on the year-long run, I died a whole bunch of times, so I don't expect I'll be doing that in this run, and if I do, it'll be considerably later than when I did it in the year-long run. But at least this can prevent extra spread and minimize the impact. It did cost me literally every cent I had though, purchasing the dynamite necessary to do this, and I'm going to need more dynamite in the future. People always rag on the Goblin Tinkerer, but I'm pretty sure I put more money into the Demolitionist than any other NPC in Terraria. And now that I've spent all my money, I need to get more, and the best way I can think to do that is killing the Eye of Cthulhu. I got 10 eye summons, and I made the arena better, especially since the platforms attached to the house might give mobs a place to spawn without falling into the lava trap I'm looking to make later. 5 more eye kills, and I had enough money to blow up the remaining area around the last Crimson biome. But I purchased too much dynamite and needed more money, so the next night I consumed the last 5 eye summons I had on hand. Time has just about run out, and it'll be nice moving on to the next bosses, but I wanted to keep myself busy and thus went to the underworld to farm for an Obsidian Rose, the last accessory I need to craft the terrace bark boots in the next 10 hours. First, I placed down some ash so more imps could spawn.
First one, Obsidian Rose. Ah.
I was curious if I'd get the demon scythe, and well, I did on the second demon, which I guess set the pattern for the rose as well. Second one! Lucky Obsidian Rose, indeed. So I guess I'm not just lucky on chest loot. I don't get it. The farming was supposed to burn time, but no, I'm getting lucky. And I don't really want luck right now. Classic Terraria RNG right there. I expanded the arena so it'd be suitable, theoretically, for the rest of the game. Maybe it'll need to be expanded in hard mode, but this will do for now, and just about the rest of my remaining half an hour was spent in the cavern lair fishing for enough cavefish to last the winter. But I think I was going a bit star crazy and was finding dumb ways to entertain myself.
The way to entertain yourself when you're just... I'm missing it now. Hold on. No. Hiya!
Right as time was running out, there was a problem. The traveling merchant spawned and he was selling the bamboo leaf. This thing is key to my branding, but it costs a whopping platinum and I don't have a platinum. So I rushed to sell everything I could, even the special 2 golden carp I had put on display, but still was several gold short. I could potentially part with a few more things, but not without risking incurring a steep cost in the future. I sprinted back to the cavern fishing hole in the hopes of catching something expensive before night came and the traveling merchant departed. After some dedicated fishing, I sold what I could and was able to purchase the bamboo leaf with time and money to spare. Wow, what an exciting way to end the first 10 hours in Mastermind. Anyways, let's get started with hours 11 through 20, which of course means it's time to break the Crimson Hearts. This will allow the Goblin Army to spawn, as well as for meteors to fall. I broke 2 to get as many Crimson Heart drops as I can without summoning the Brain. I could probably beat the Brain, but there's no reason to do that right now. Killing the Goblin Army, getting the Tinkerer, and combining my accessories with the Tinkerer's Workshop should be prioritized over the bosses. Only thing is that you have to wait for the goblins to spawn, so I suppose some fishing is in order? Although Torch God would be a good event to get under my belt. The free torch luck from Torch God's favor could be quite beneficial. After having dealt with it a few times in modded runs, I didn't think much of it as I slapped a million torches down in an open, glowing mushroom biome.
There it is. Ooh! Oh! Nope. Okay. Torch God. It's not to be trifled with.
I did not expect Torch God to do that much damage. I thought it was more of a modded thing, but no, these torches hit like a truck. I summoned it again, this time adding another layer of platforms, but...
Nope. Ah!
Why is Torch God this dangerous? My goodness, this is no joke. This was just meant to pass time, but instead, it's turned into 2 near-death experiences. But at least I had some practice, and on the 3rd attempt, I completed the event, and just as I did, the goblin army started approaching from the west. The army itself makes me more nervous than it should, really, as in a normal run, I am often killed a time or 2, but in this run, I'm well prepared, and a Grey Zappinator combined with a Blade of Grass is able to make light work of the goblins while keeping them far enough away from me that I'm not under any real threat. Although, I swear sometimes the Zappinator bullets would act buggy and shoot a goblin in one direction, but the knockback would apply in the opposite direction, and so I'd shoot a goblin in the face and it would be shot back into my face, if that makes any sense. Maybe that's just how this weapon works, I don't know, but at least I always had enough health to tank a hit or 2 in situations like this. Finding the Goblin Tinkerer and all is so much fun, but a Hunter Potion combined with a minecart track somewhere down the elevator makes the dude easy to find.
Oh, there he is! Hello, my little buddy. I'll take that. And I don't have enough money. What? What?
I'm having some serious money troubles, which is just bizarre. Sure, I spent a platinum on my red panda friend at the end of the last episode and was forced to sell just about everything I could to afford that, but still, how do I have no money? I've been here for so long. I did get the money needed for the rocket boots, and now I have a metric ton of accessories to combine, including the
Bundle of Horseshoe Balloons! Oh, never got that before. That's so awesome.
It makes me so happy I've survived long enough to get this accessory for the first time ever. I just hope I can live long enough to actually use it. I craft Terra Spark boots and just so happen to get the warding modifier on them, so that'll save me a lot of money. But funny thing is, crafting the bundle of horseshoe balloons and Terra Spark boots freed up 3 accessory slots. So what did I fill those slots with? Well, the Band of Regen for slightly better health regen, Shark-Tooth Necklace for the armor penetration, and Frog Webbing, which increases the height of each of my jumps. I am decked out, unlike I have ever been at this stage of the game.
I am invincible. Not really at all, but I'm going to think I am.
At last, it's time for the fight against the Brain of Cthulhu. Never fought him in hardcore before, and I've always found the Eater of Worlds to be easier, but hey, I did Corruption last time, and so I chose Crimson to mix things up. I made the simple arena necessary for the battle, but before summoning the thing, I spent several minutes farming the blood crawlers. The reason being that these spiders have a nasty tendency to crawl into the middle of the boss battle, and in Master Mode, they're likely to do more damage than the boss. So to make them much less of a threat, I farmed blood crawlers until I was able to get a banner, which increases my damage dealt to them as well as lessens the damage taken from them. After getting the banner, I checked to see if there were enough Crimson Hearts to summon the Brain twice, as it'd take better advantage of all my potions to do so. And so, it's time to fight the Brain of Cthulhu.
Buff. Alright, come here, Brain. There's the spider. Okay, just need you to launch him towards me. And I can, oh, this is so easy. This is so easy. Hold up. Hold up. Not get carried away here.
That was remarkably easy, but hey, a bunch of potions along with Demon Scythe and Blade of Grass, that's just how it's going to be. And so I summoned the brain a second time to take full advantage of my potions and took him out. I decided to replace the Band of Regen with the Brain of Confusion. Its dodge chance, along with how it can confuse nearby enemies after taking damage, is definitely more valuable than a very minor boost to my regeneration. I crafted Crimson Armor, which gives me better regen anyways, and then headed to the Underworld. With the newly acquired Deathbringer pickaxe, I am able to mine the Hellstone. Just had to drink an Obsidian Skin Potion to make myself immune to lava first, and I can't help but be astonished by how much Hellstone is in these worlds. Think about it, in a single player run, you barely have to mine 1% of the world's Hellstone, and it's all clumped together and easy to find. I don't know, it's just a thought I had, it's weird. Obviously, I had plenty of Hellstone to work with when the mining trip ended, and sometimes I keep Crimson Armor, opting for the greater health regen over the more defense from the Hellstone Armor, but I decided to go with the Hellstone Armor and also crafted the Volcano, or Fiery Greatsword for the real Terraria chads out there, and the Hellstone Butterfly Net Imp Staff, and still had plenty more left. I also had enough obsidian left over to get my branding finished. Well, except the Betsy's wings, but I ain't getting those this run, no way. I wanted to shimmer some of the old gear for a refund, and I realized I hadn't set up a pylon, but when I arrived, they were selling the jungle pylon, not the cave pylon, so I had to run a short distance away to a cave outside the jungle, move them into that house, buy the pylon, move them back into the shimmer houses, and then place the cave pylon next to them. Works like a charm. Speaking of pylons, there's one more I need, and on the way to the tundra, I
found the meteor next to the desert pyramid. Wait, if that had fallen there and I hadn't found the desert pyramid, I would have just found it now.
When I arrived in the tundra, I had the Goblin Tinkerer and the Blue Slime moved in, and was hopeful that would work, but the Tinkerer wasn't selling the pylon I wanted. I moved in the cat to see if maybe goblins like cats, and gosh darn it didn't work. Why is the tundra pylon always the hardest one to get? I keep doing these challenges and Skeletron is locked for what feels like forever. I need the mechanic. Is there a way to get the tundra pylon without the mechanic? I found the Tavern Keep just lying around, which means free sentry, but I would have to actually fight the Old One's army to use it, and I'm not sure I'm brave enough to do that. I'd rather focus on fighting Queen Bee for the time being, which means I gotta figure out where all the beehives ran off to. You know, other than the 2 I accidentally destroyed in the first 10 hours, don't worry about that. It took a little while, and when I found one, I figured it was time to set up an arena. Of course, the easiest way to do this is to toss a bunch of dynamite, but that carries the risk of me blowing myself up with my own dynamite.
Oh, no. No! It probably would have been fine.
That is probably true. I likely would have survived. I was just about at full health, but still, grappling yourself into a spot that you can't walk away from with a lit stick of dynamite, breathing down your neck is not fun. I needed to calm my nerves after that, so I headed to the tundra to reforge my accessories, as most of them had pretty useless modifiers. Along the way, I mined away the entire meteor I'd found earlier. Reforging went fine, but I still don't have a whole lot of money and had to settle for anything close to what I wanted rather than seeking perfection. Full warding is great and all, but guarding and armored are just fine. This time, when I went to blow up the arena, I did a much better job at not jumping directly into the dynamite I had just thrown and made a nice big area that I then lined with platforms. Now, this would be enough for me in a normal run, but with this being hardcore, it was time to farm for banners again. Only this time, instead of only searching for one enemy's banner, I had to get banners for hornets, man-eaters, spiked and non-spiked jungle slimes, jungle bats, and whatever else happened to be down here, like skeletons and hoplites. The marble biome next door isn't great, but I guess that's what I'm working with. It was kind of fun getting the hoplite banner though. Never gotten one of those before. As I wrapped up, there's a blood moon too, and this means I can farm the deathweed I'd planted, but it also means I need to farm for even more banners, specifically the blood zombie and tripler ones. And at this point, I feel like I'm obsessed with these things, but hey, I got all the time in the world, and banners can help loads with survival. Peace candles are also helpful, and so I crafted a bunch of those and would start placing them at fishing holes and around spawn and what have you. But that's enough banner farming. It's time to fight the second and last boss available to me during the 11 to 20 hours. Queen Bee was a boss I could not beat in pre-hard mode for the longest time. She makes me so nervous, but the lesson you learn real quick in hardcore is that potions are a beautiful thing.
Okay, we're taking almost no damage, so that's good. I won't have a problem because I won't be able to summon her again. These potions are just going to be for one fight. That's too bad. Okay, we're doing it. We're going to take down Queen Bee first try. Well, I guess there is only a first try, but first time beat her in a hardcore. Oh dear. I'm staying still, I like that. Oh. Nice, let's go.
Queen Bee was dead, and it dawns on me, I still have potions left, and gosh darn it, I want to use them. Can't let a single second go to waste. I don't have any spawners, but I do have a Star Fury, so I rush off into the jungle, swinging the thing, and sure enough, it reveals a nearby hive and allows me to break the larva, fight Queen Bee a second time, and take her out. However, I still got time on those potions, so I run in another direction, swinging the Star Fury, and sure enough, I find another larva to break, and this time I took her down right as the potions ran out. 3 Queen Bees back to back, and I hadn't even opened a single treasure bag. The only thing I really want from her is the bee's knees, so maybe fighting her 3 times was unnecessary. However,
I didn't get the bee's knees? Are you?
Now, it's time that I bring you to the part of the run where you will question my ability to think rationally and intelligently, just as much as I question it myself when watching these clips. I have no idea why on God's green earth I thought this was a worthwhile venture, but I somehow got it into my head that a water candle would be really nice. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but Thorben, water candles are in the dungeon, and if you don't beat Skeletron, then dungeon guardians will spawn when you enter and kill you in one shot. And to that, dear viewer, I must say, you're right, but I was curious if there might be a water candle near the surface of the dungeon that I could snag without summoning a dungeon guardian. So, yeah, I actually did that.
Okay. Any water candles?
I thought a little more space in that.
Lesson learned. Won't ever go to the dungeon.
That was, perhaps, one of the single stupidest things a person could do in a hardcore run. Now, pardon me, I'm currently dying of a heart attack. When I recovered, I thought the next obvious thing to do was farm for shark fins. Another totally non-dangerous thing to do. I did have Gills potion, so at least drowning was not an issue. Now, you might be wondering why I'm doing this. The answer is rational, I promise. See, shark fins are a necessary ingredient to make hunter potions, which show the location of enemies. Hunter potions will be vital while exploring the dungeon, as well as when I explore and mine in hard mode. I also need an additional 5 for Mega Shark. Sure, the Mega Shark is a ways away, and it does feel weird doing so much future prep when you don't know if you'll survive that long, but hey, that's kind of the name of the game, I guess. Jellyfish are also stupidly dangerous. The range of their electric thing is insane, and that, coupled with their high damage output, made them a legit threat a few times. I spent maybe 20 minutes farming shark fins, and oh, wait a minute. I think I wanted the water candle to make farming shark fins easier. Getting sharks to spawn can be such a pain. That must have been oh my goodness, why did I? Nope, I'm a madman. Let's Quite the revelation. Anyways, I still want the bee's knees from a queen bee, so I mined the stuff I need to make several summons and ended up killing the bee 3 more times before I got the bow I was after. Did I start using it? No, it's currently gathering dust. This brings me to yet another unthinkable, what am I doing? I'm absolutely insane situation. Boredom, I guess, does things to a man because I set up an old one's army arena. Sure, maybe this event isn't necessarily the hardest thing ever, but by Jones, all it's going to give me is the ability to use the event century out in the wild. I guess another benefit is that the Dark Mage drops a war table, which gives you the buff allowing for you to use 2 centuries, and even though I lost the event, I killed the mage the second before the event despawned and got the war table I was after. Did that stop my insanity? No! Rather, I increased the size of the arena and fought it again with the idea that having enough defender medals for a tier 2 staff would be quite helpful later in the game. And sure, that's right, but even after beating the old one's army, I'm still scratching my head. I would never in a million years think that I would have fought the old one's army in hardcore, but here I am, and worse yet, I think I'm actually going to be dumb enough to fight tier 2 old one's army in the future. Oh, somebody help me. Let's take a break from the army because I combined a queen bee accessory with a shark tooth necklace and needed to reforge the thing. I had nearly 2 platinum, and you know what? Screw you, Goblin Tinkerer. I spent over 1.5 platinum just to get armored on the stupid accessory, not even warding. And this isn't an expensive accessory to reforge. It's a mere 6 gold on the more expensive end. I don't know if I've ever hated the Goblin Tinkerer more than I do right now. And now, lots of weird and dumb things have happened so far in this section of the run, but this one takes the cake. I was bored and was roaming the surface. I came to a random spot and thought to myself, a grilled squirrel sounds tasty.
Wait, what? I ate a grilled squirrel and King Slime awoke. What? Huh? What is happening right now? What just happened? I'm so confused. What? Why are you here? I ate a grilled squirrel. You're the only boss that's actually come close to killing me, so you're gonna stay away, mister.
Somebody, please explain to me what just happened. King Slime doesn't randomly spawn. There was no slime rain. Did the game just confuse a grilled squirrel with a slime crown? What just happened? Please, I need someone to explain this. Back to normalcy, I've continued doing fishing quests and got a bottomless water bucket. I remembered I had Terra Spark boots, which means it's time to fill in the lava modes. I fought the old one's army again, and the Dark Mage always drops these fancy banners I love, and it turns out they're worth good money. So I'm just going to slap those onto the ceiling and keep them for a rainy day. I continued farming because it's honest work, and then figured a good way to spend my time was searching for more bass statues. I wanted one for home, one for the arena, one for the old one's army arena, and another for travel, just to place up whatever arena I might be at. But it's still the desert, and there's dangers to be had here.
I dodged that one on accident. I didn't even mean to do the dash.
But not many dangers. I'm pretty overgeared for the desert at this point. I only found 2 bass statues as it were, though, and I only found 2 bass statues, not the 3 I was searching for, and had explored most of the desert. I was thinking of giving up, and another sand trap prompted me to leave early. This led to some more farming of the Blood Moon enemies for the sake of banners, and the lava moat was proving to be most effective while I chilled in my house, but chilling wasn't what I wanted to do. I just had to be in the action, and my stupid brain remembered the vampire frog staff is supposed to be good, and so I began the Blood Moon fishing campaign. Well, that was a bust. In the morning, I got busy mining a big hole because that's what men do, dig big holes. I was planning to make a massive every biome fishing room, but Then I had a different idea. Didn't stop me from mining the box. Maybe I'll find a use for it some other time. The new idea was to simply make the original fishing spots I had more mob-proof. After all, I don't want to risk accidentally creating a jungle biome or a similar biome somewhere near spawn where things like tortoises could spawn in hard mode, so yeah, let's just avoid that. I made the forest and desert fishing spots more secure. The Goblin army visited and most of them died to lava. I made the tundra fishing spot safer, and man, do I want the tundra pylon. I did the same for the cavern fishing spot, and once that was done, I got to work fishing in the desert. I've never gotten the Galaxy Pearl before because pink pearls are stupidly rare and not fun to fish for, so I fished for oysters when another blood moon rose, turning the peaceful oyster fishing into kill or be killed blood moon fishing. One zombie man, no vampire frog staff, a wandering eye fish, nothing, another eye fish, nothing, a merman, nothing, eye fish, nothing, until finally, one last eye fish and a vampire frog staff dropped. I've never been a big believer in this thing and tend to stick with the imp staff, but hey, might as well give it a try, right? And I must say, they did a pretty good job keeping me safe whilst fishing. Definitely more effective than imps on the ground. Okay. I think I might get the hype behind this. I think I can get behind it. Now, I did get my hands on the other Blood Moon drops, including the Blood Rain, while farming, and this bow is actually pretty good. The Goblin army stopped by again, and so I got to test the thing and was pretty happy with it. I do think it could use a minor buff, as there's several better weapons for where you would likely be in progression when you got it, but it's got some good use cases. With all these distractions out of the way, I finally got to open the 41 oysters I'd previously fished for, and didn't get the pink pearl from them, so I fished again, this time for 50 oysters. I also got the Scarab fishing pole, which looks awesome, and I wonder if it's got some hidden stat that makes it special, since if it doesn't, it's kind of just okay. I started cracking oysters, and after maybe 5, I got a pink pearl. The rest didn't drop another one, but hey, I got the Galaxy Pearl for the first time ever, and now have permanently increased my luck. I wonder if that'll be helpful. Already been stupid lucky this run, so maybe it'll get out of hand at this point. I continued farming the Old One's army, thinking a second tier staff would be great, but then I thought maybe the armor he sells in second tier would also be good. So now, instead of farming for a meager 15 defender medallions, I now need 60. And when beating the Old One's army only reaps 5 medals, it took a long time. I did learn though that the regular enemies can't actually damage the crystal even though their spawns are turned off during the event. When I had finally collected all the medals I needed, I made a fishing spot in the Crimson and fished for a truckload of hemopiranhas. Afterwards, I sought out lava bait for lava fishing, while also mining obsidian bricks in the preparation for the eventual hell bridge, and made a safe-ish lava fishing spot. Just gonna have to keep an eye and ear out for the bone serpents. I couldn't really find much bait, but I did get a few fish and even superheated blood, and the lava shark is just fun. I also collected a guide voodoo doll. I then just realized I had accidentally sold my conch. I had collected a bunch of extras while in the desert earlier and had unwittingly sold all of my conches and not just the duplicates. So I searched every corner of the desert and didn't find a single conch, but did find where all the bat statues had been hiding, and after concluding there was no more treasure, I ended up needing to fish in the desert once more for Oasis crates, since they have a 12.5% chance of dropping a conch, and this time I didn't have good luck, and it took many crates to get the conch back. At least fishing gives a decent amount of money, so I could afford to do some more reforging. I must say though, something about fishing makes me start singing. Oh, give me crates, I want some crates, don't give me oysters or bombfish. Woo! I want crates, that's all I care for, so I can stack them. Woohoo! And then I can open them all up and get some real good stuff. Woohoo! It'll be lots of money, yes, lots of money. I want lots of money, yahoo! Woohoo! Yes, I want crates, so give me crates, don't give me rock lobsters. Yahoo! I want crates, yes, please give me crates. I want some crates right now. They're full of goodies that I can sell for lots and lots of money. Yahoo! But hey, I got a conch. That just about wraps up 20 hours. I killed the eye again for an extra Shield of Cthulhu to give my fishing build because I need it for a little bit of the fighting power it gives you. And then I golfed down the Elevator, so I'll have a high enough golf score in theory to purchase the golf cart. I just can't buy it yet until Skeletron has been defeated. Now, I've been golfing this whole time because it turns out the golfing I did last time wasn't enough to get the golf cart keys. I know this because the golfer isn't selling the golden trophy. So even though he wouldn't be selling the golf cart keys anyways, you can still tell. It took very little golfing to get the score I needed because whacking a golf ball down a elevator is a busted way to increase your score in no time. But hey, less golfing for me, so I ain't complaining. I also need to keep up with my farming. It's honest work. Boom, 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 boom. Ladybug, ladybug, the luck is fine. You give me luck, I think. Ladybug, ladybug. I don't know what it is about this challenge, but it's making me sing a lot. Maybe I just do that when I'm trying to keep my mind occupied. I don't know, but hey, I might get that Thorben album released here sooner than I thought. Now, during the previous 10 hours, the beginning was occupied with Torch God and waiting for the goblins to spawn before getting to the boss. But during this section of the run, I decided to head straight to the dungeon for Skeletron. There's a lot of sand I need to mine away because some desert storm must have buried the dungeon, and I'm thinking it'd be wise to explore the entirety of the dungeon, find and mark all the biome chests, and remove spikes. Basically, get everything I can for now while also preparing for hard mode post Plantera. Gosh, that feels really far away, and it is, I guess, but still, I just hate myself for spending so much time on this world when it could all end in a split second, and who knows when that second might come, or I guess if it might come. Maybe I will win this run, I don't know. Well, when I finished the arena, it was time to find out if Skeletron would be the one to end this run. But using Meteor Armor to remove the mana cost of the Grey Zappinator has me feeling pretty confident this will be an easy fight.
Do it. Come at me, Skelly boy. I am already been hit. I very much don't like that I've already been hit. I sure hope I don't run into any issues using this thing, like if it wipes out the hands super quickly. This is already going so well. This will be the easiest Skeletron fight of my life. Why is he shooting skulls? His hands aren't down. Is that just is it based off of either hands or damage? How does that work? How does that work? Why were you shooting skulls when you had both hands? But no big deal. We can easily take out his other hand, and then easily take out the head. Just don't get carried away. Just don't feel safe. Never, ever feel safe when playing hardcore. That is the single worst mistake you can make. There we go. Keep jumping into the lasers that are already out. There we are. Easy money. We got ourselves a lovely little Chippy's couch, so it's pretty epic. You know, we're gaming.
And this brings me to the dungeon. A hunter and danger sense potion makes survival and exploration much easier, and it didn't take long to free the mechanic and grab the Muramasa, at which point it was time to go home, but not with a recall potion. No, a potion of return is far superior. After all, I don't have a Tundra Pylon, and running all the way back to the dungeon isn't exactly the most riveting thing in the world. Potions of return, I feel, are a potion that's slept on by people who play the game. They are so very helpful, and not just for avoiding the tedious run back to where you were. It's great, of course, for dumping off the many valuables you've collected and clear your inventory, but in hardcore in particular, it allows you to skip the potentially dangerous travel back into the lower levels of a biome, or in this case, the dungeon. Sometimes the path down to a location is the most dangerous, so simply reappearing wherever you left off removes that risk entirely. And credit where credit is due, the Lunar Veil mod is what brought this potion into the spotlight for me, as a bunch of them are given to the player for free in that mod. Anyways, I made the best pre-hard mode melee weapon, the Knight's Edge, the Void Bag for the sweet extra storage, and the Grand Design, which will hopefully keep me much safer from traps by revealing all the wiring in the world. I returned to the dungeon, which I am generally quite scared of. The enemies here can kill you real quick, and if you're caught in a bad position, you could end up jumping into a bunch of spikes while also being juggled by skeletons. But that healthy and justified paranoia led me to carry potions like Iron Skin and Regeneration along with Danger Sense and Hunter, and those made the dungeon much more survivable. This well-preparedness allowed me to loot all the chests I came across, mine away much of the spikes, explore plenty if not the entirety of the dungeon to the best of my knowledge, and find all the biome chests. In other words, I was able to do everything I set out to do. I did consider searching for the water bolt and did mine a few bookshelves and search for it, but I never did get the thing. As it is, I never understood the hype behind it, Maybe it used to be better than it is now, but I've always found it to be a more mid-tier weapon, and because it's found on the bookshelves in the dungeon, I often forget it even exists until much later in the game. And that's just about it for the dungeon, which always is a weird thing for me when making these videos. I spend quite a long time down here, in most runs at least, but in the end, there's not exactly a lot to talk about, and that's the case for all videos. I don't know what to say. The dungeon is always just a side note until a hard mode dungeon. It just feels weird how there isn't really anything interesting to talk about down here. Back home, slime started falling from the sky and King Slime spawned once again. The Dark Lance is an underworld spear I am constantly told is underrated, and I tried it against the slime, and sure, it's nice and it's definitely got its use cases, but the Knight's Edge is just so much easier to use. It's easier not needing to use my brain power to think of when the Dark Lance would be more advantageous than the sword. Oh, and one of the best things about the dungeon is the alchemy table can be found down there. This allows me to create potions with a chance that certain ingredients won't be consumed when crafting, allowing everything to go much farther, and with all the farming and fishing I've been doing, it was time to craft more potions than I'll probably need. But at the same time, I think I'll use more of these potions in the day-to-day than I normally would, and not just for major events. What with how long this run is going to be, I'm not actually sure 70 potions is going to be enough. The mechanic hadn't spawned yet, so I added 2 more houses that spawn. Before the day came, I decided to make a stop by the tundra to reforge my Knight's Edge to Legendary, the best modifier it can have. I had over 4 platinum, and a reforge on the higher end costs 8 gold. So, I should be fine, right? Well, this is when I learned why people hate the goblin.
Seriously? Come on! You're kidding.
That is by far the worst reforged luck I have ever had. I don't know how many times I reforged the thing, but over 4 platinum were just flushed down the toilet, and now I am angry. Still in a seething rage, I mined more obsidian to craft the skull to combine with the Cobalt shield. The obsidian shield replaced my frog webbing, and losing the extra jump height is too bad, but knockback immunity is just too helpful to pass up on. I returned to the tundra, and notice how I used a potion to return here, very helpful, and then I purchased the tundra pylon with what little money I had remaining after the rage forging, which I guess is what I'm going to call it now. I drank several teleportation potions I collected because they are always fun to use, and I collected a glow tulip. This isn't significant in any way, I just wanted to mention it to troll people who always say it's rare. But I guess the joke is really on me because I tried reforging the Knight's Edge again, and I still didn't get legendary on it. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention this, but you might have noticed the strange order of relics on top of my house. I decided I was going to collect and organize all the relics from every boss I killed during this run, and the order I killed them in the run is from left to right. I just thought it'd be cool to mark it and give a visual representation of the progress made and the farming done. Speaking of, because the goblin stole my life savings and left kidney, I was out of funds, and the easiest way I could think of to get cash was to farm the Brain of Cthulhu. So I killed him 6 more times, and after placing the relics, I noticed the traveling merchant must have gone for a lava bath, and that reminded me I could shimmer his hat for the satchel. And now that I have all this money burning a hole in my pocket, I returned to the Goblin Tinkerer. But I didn't give him the Knight's Edge, as he's already stolen enough money reforging that thing. Instead, I gave him the obsidian shield, and I didn't get great luck with that either, but I did give up earlier, wanting to, keep at least some of my money. Now at this point, you might be wondering why I haven't fought Deerclops, and the answer is simple. I'm terrified of Deerclops, and I think the best I've ever performed in a fight against the deer is dying twice. Plus, he doesn't drop anything good, so why bother? Instead, it's time for hard mode prep. I've already done plenty, but there's one important fact to keep in mind with hard mode. The mech bosses are locked behind the 10 hours after the wall of fresh, meaning I can't break Crimson Altars for the first 10 hours of hard mode. That might as well be a death sentence, but one way around needing to break the altars is fishing, and so I made a massive fishing spot underground. It's not necessarily the safest place, but there's better fish to be had down here than on the surface, so I made a big old fishing hole and returned home to see my deathweed was blooming, and I need to farm that really quick before the night ends. Making the large fishing hole reminded me that the mechanic exists and she sells actuators. This is the last ingredients I need to make all my NPC housing and fishing holes safe. So, after purchasing a bunch of actuators, I got to work on mob and dumb NPC proofing all of my houses and fishing spots. Because I am the only one who can activate these pressure plates, the NPCs will not be able to leave and the mobs will not be able to enter. Well, other than the ones that go through walls, but that's a small subset, all things considered. And now, well, I decided to do the unthinkable, fight Deerclops. Considering how long this challenge is going to be, I'm thinking I might try and beat every boss, but at the same time, there are several like Duke Fishron and Empress and even this Deerclops that I do not feel safe fighting in hardcore, but boredom does crazy things to you, so I got to work blowing up a large hole in the tundra. I think the hole might allow me to trap Deerclops down there, and if need be, I can flee to the platforms above and be safe. Not sure if that'll actually work, but why not try it, right? I quickly killed the eye as a warm-up and for a little quick cash, crafted the deer thing, built platforms over the hole, and summoned Deerclops, a boss I have never beaten without dying and never fought in hardcore.
Oh. Okay.
This might be one of the first times I've ever beaten Deerclops on the first try on tier. Let's go. Granted, I'd have to do that in order to continue this challenge, and still.
Ooh.
Well, that was much easier than I thought it would be. I opened the treasure bag and was a little disappointed. The only helpful thing Deerclops does drop is the only non-Old One's army sentry, which I suppose is only actually helpful against the army itself, but that's fine. I'm just happy to have beaten Deerclops and that the run can continue. I say that, but I did farm for more Flink's fur, crafted yet another deer thing to fight Deerclops again because I did really want that sentry, so I killed him again. Didn't get the sentry, shrugged and cleansed my hands of this boss. I've done it, I've seen, I've fought, I've won. You know what? Who needs a lame sentry anyways? Rather than risk my life with a boss, I'm going to do some lava fishing. I need the sponge, the bottomless lava bucket, and the demon conch, but all this fishing trip got me was the demon conch. Not great luck. And this is when I made a great miscalculation. See, I've gotten a good sum of money at this point, and I thought to myself, surely the Goblin Tinkerer won't rob me blind for a third time, right?
Legendary. Legendary. Come on. Legendary. What the heck?
So help me. I'm going to make the fly meal and kill this guy. Homicide is the only answer, which I guess explains why I ended up in the underworld. I guess while I'm down here, I might as well mine a bunch of obsidian bricks for that eventual hell bridge, and there were still shadow chests to open. And that's what my time is filled with now, hard mode prep. I made a large open area next to the fishing hole, nothing complex, just a big open box that I can turn into a farm at some points, and later in the jungle, I expanded the Queen Bee Arena to be better suitable for Plantera. It'll also be great for farming jungle enemies. I'll just have to be extraordinarily careful here. And because the travel to an underground location can be more dangerous than the location, I decided to mine a straight tunnel to the arena. Along the way, there was a hive, and I just so happened to get the honey fishing quest, which means bottomless honey bucket for me. The honey fishing also reminded me of honey fins, a fish that heals for 120 health, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the highest healing anything available in pre-hard mode. I forgot these existed, and although regeneration potions are great for their 90 healing and reduced cooldown, I thought a bunch of honey fins would be good to fish up in case I found myself liking them more. When I wrapped that up, I fished for variegated variegated lard fish. The fish needed to make summon potions. I never get these, but here we are now, and an extra summon is always a welcome addition. And at this point, I'm doing way too much fishing because I returned to the underworld to get the bottomless lava bucket. I got the lava sponge, but not the bucket. Though, I suppose there aren't too many things that actually need lava for. I prepared an ocean fishing hole and then filled the box I mined in the last 10 hours with water. Now I have a truly safe fishing hole in case the one underground happens to be a little too dangerous. Maybe it'll get corrupted or hollowed, you never know. But now I gotta back up. The party girl must have loved all the fishing because she threw a party and I thought there was something special being sold and, well, I thought they might be helpful, and I guess you can tell me whether or not they are.
Oh, now we're having a party. Yeah, what's this? Oh, look at that. Oh, that's such a silly. I'm just bald now. It's like a lion's mane. It's so dumb.
Checking what every NPC was selling did have its benefits though, as I noticed the lawnmower being sold by the golfer. And the great thing about the lawnmower is that if you mow the grass, spawn rates are reduced. Yeah, I'm going to mow the lawn hard. I was curious if I could mow the plant boxes to stop them from growing. Would be nice, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. I explored the rest of the underworld just to fill it in. I mined the obsidian bricks along the way, and the whole thing took way longer than I thought, but I still found myself sitting around wondering what to do, which is the only reason I think things like this.
I'm on my own floating island. This must mean that there's some lore behind this. This entire world is floating. It's one big floating island. And all of that is just other islands I could travel to, but we have yet to figure out inter-island travel.
This is also weird after playing for a year on one world and not having as many situations as I've had in this hardcore run where I'm stuck wondering what next. Probably the only reason is I'm too afraid to explore or even build. I don't want to build something just to die, and I don't want to explore and accidentally step on a trap and die, so I stick with the safe stuff like farming and fishing. I did make the farming area a little bit better by adding platforms. I don't really know how to make them properly, just basing it off of what I see in Socrates' video or two. Not sure it'll actually be effective, but I suppose it's a start. I expanded the arena a bit more, and then I was curious as to what special fish you can catch in the underground tundra. Every other biome has one, but what does the tundra have? Turns out there's a frost minnow that makes warmth potions that reduce damage from cold sources. What does that even mean? What's considered a cold source? I presume it'll help against ice golems and elementals, but other than that, how does it help? Especially since these fish can be caught in pre-hard mode. Does it protect from all tundra enemies? And why only have a potion like this for the tundra? I love a potion that protects from jungle enemies. What a strange potion. I increased the size of the arena even more because you can never have too big an arena. I mined a meteor. After all, I might need a bunch more for meteor bullets later. I quickly stopped by the dungeon, making some easier paths to travel in the dungeon, and then spent a hefty amount of time fishing, while also turning on the slime statue I'd previously acquired to farm a bit of gel. I love the flamethrower, so I'm going to want lots of gel for that in hard mode. I flattened a number of hills to make a straight path and also built a minecart system that spans nearly the entire world. Living trees block the path to the ocean on either side, and I didn't feel like going around them. It wouldn't add a whole lot of space, so we'll just live with where it is. I also have to be real careful of these minecart tracks. In a different run, the video for which will come out at another time, I accidentally mounted a minecart instead of my unicorn when fighting a hard mode boss, and losing momentum like that is quite dangerous. So I intentionally built the track in a way that would hopefully prevent that from being a problem. I summoned King Slime again because there was slime raining from the sky, and we'll finish off our time trying in vain once again to get the bottomless lava bucket.
Lava fishing in the underworld. Lava fishing in the underworld. It's dangerous, it's very hot, but I'm finding fish anyway. There's fish that live in the lava, they swim everywhere. I wonder if on 145 we'll see them swimming in the lava. I don't know, I really don't, but it would be kind of interesting. But the lava's more viscous and hard to see, so maybe they won't have the fish swimming in the lava. Now I'm singing about a 1.4.5 update. I don't know what I'm doing.
And that brings us right to the end of hours 21 through 30. With the final remaining hour, I finally broke down and made a build. It's kind of okay. I really just wanted to practice my build with Dynasty Wood. I love how the stuff looks, but can never really make something I'm happy with. Still not very happy with this one, but it's alright. I tried again to reforge my Knight's Edge to Legendary and failed once more because the Goblin Tinket Rare sucked. And then I had a thought. I roped up to a nearby sky island and I made a little arena to make killing wyverns a little easier in hard mode, and made sure to farm enough harpies for a lovely banner. Sure, wyverns aren't that hard when you figure them out, but hey, this is hardcore. Hard mode will also be filled with fishing immediately after killing the wall, and since I can't break Crimson Altars, fishing is my only option for hard mode ores, and crates are what I need most. As it turns out, those require ambers, so I mined a bunch of desert fossils to extractinate some ambers. And so, in an abundance of caution, and wanting to burn plenty of time, I decided to make a hell bridge across the entire expanse of the underworld. I had over 4,000 platforms and was able to gather more along the way, so I thought that might be enough, but I really underestimated just how big a large world really is. These things are massive, and when it's all one biome, your sense of distance is all out of whack, which is something I never really thought of before, how this single biome nature of the underworld makes it much more difficult to tell just how far you've traveled. You can make an educated guess based on when the obsidian brick houses stop appearing, and eventually you find the, I don't know what the sub-biome is called, but you find it and know you're near the end. And so it's only now that I realized after placing platforms from the center of the map all the way to one side that I've placed platforms across half the world, and how I can't even imagine doing that on the surface. It just takes so long, but here we are doing it in the underworld. There weren't too many of them, but there were voodoo doll demons, and those have to be one of the scariest enemies in hardcore, just because if that doll drops into the lava, then you're stuck in a kill or be killed battle with the wall of fresh, and nobody needs that much stress in their life. Thankfully, this never happened, and even though encountering these voodoo doll demons is stressful, it's not nearly as bad now that the wall is actually unlocked in progression. Being in the underworld in earlier sections where I couldn't fight the wall made them 10 more times stressful, especially since I don't want to save an exit to avoid a fight if I can help it. Now, I know I said I was planning on making a hell bridge across the entirety of the underworld, but I got tired of placing platforms and figured half the world was more than acceptable. I did build out a little bit to the left side, but after placing these platforms for an hour, I figured it'd be long enough, and after grabbing every single potion that could be helpful in any way, I readied myself for the fights against the wall of fresh.
Hour into 30 to 40, and here we are, about to fight the wall of fresh. After what happened in the last hardcore run, I feel way more nervous about this than I should. We have so many potions. This should be easy. It should be fine. I didn't get a Hellwing bow. I should do that. I'm not. Maybe it's not that. I'm just nervous at the wall. But really nervous too about hard mode. It's beginning of hard mode, and I'm not going to be able to break any of the altars. Should be a lot of fishing, which in theory will be safe, but you never know. We're entering into dangerous territory here very soon. Here we go. Wow, I need to remove the texture pack to the Inferno potion. This I can't see a darned thing. Oh, that hurt a lot. Okay, well we did good. We did good right there. Back away, demon. Back away. Alright, we go back to melee. Wow. This might be the fastest I've ever killed the wall. And there we go. Hard mode, here we come.
That was actually the most I had ever been able to use the Knight's Edge, and perhaps the fastest I've ever killed the Wall of Fresh on tier. Maybe it's because I don't typically use this many potions or I'm particularly prepared, but when you're able to hug the wall for a prolonged period of time, the Knight's Edge really does shred this thing. But that brings us to the heart-stopping hard mode. First things first, I shimmered the Sorcerer emblem from the wall into the Warrior's emblem. I was going to go straight to fishing at the cavern fishing pool I had prepared earlier, but it always bugs me when I don't know where the Hollow and New Crimson are in hard mode, so I decided to instead find those, and the Hollow is a lot closer than I would have liked, but it doesn't spread nearly as much as the Crimson, so I suppose I'd rather have that there than the Crimson. I did start fishing in the cavern fishing hole, but then I remembered I needed Prismite for health force potions, and I have this really handy fishing hole that just so happens to have been hollowed. I wasn't sure if Prismite could be fished on the surface, but after the very first line, I caught a Prismite, so I guess all the fishing will take place here now. I need Prismite, hard mode ores, and 2 sundials, so we'll be here for a while.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm a genius building these houses over here. They're going to reduce the spawn rate even more. Like 0, let's go. This is a safe place.
There were literally 2 enemies spawning while I fished, with maybe an exception every few minutes. It's perfect. I can fish in peace without worrying about hard mode enemies killing me, while also gearing up and getting the potions I need. The fishing session went pretty well, giving me enough Kobold for full armor, which is one thing I sort of like about fishing for these armors. You actually use the armor sets that aren't adamantite or titanium. The 2 lower tier armors are often just skipped in normal runs, so doing this in hard mode with fishing being my only option makes it so I just take whatever I can get, and I kind of enjoy that. I was going to get back to fishing, but I noticed the Goblin Tinkerer in the house, and he shouldn't be there. He should be in the tundra.
So I finally had a Pylon in the tundra. Finally had one, and what happens? It gets crimson. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, look at that. Sky Island is crimson too. This is just wonderful.
Nothing I can do about that now, I guess, so I returned to fishing.
What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do on a golf cart sailor? What do you do on a golf cart sailor early in the morning?
I don't know.
When it ended, I had a decent amount of adamantite, and as I was checking things out, I saw that I could craft adamantite gear and was really confused because I thought you needed an adamantite forge, but then I realized you only need the forge to turn the ore into bars, so I could potentially skip over the forge entirely. But I also remembered you can shimmer titanium into adamantite, but it transmutes into ore, not bars, so I'll have the forge after all. I thought I'd take a break from fishing because I'd done so much of that, and I checked out the mob farm I'd made in the last 10 hours to see if it's effective, and sure enough, it's not. Oh well, I have plenty of time to farm like a normal person. Next item on the bucket list was finding where the underground Hollow and Crimson are. The Hollow was easy enough with it being down the elevator. I got a little sidetracked mining crystal shards and fighting chaos elementals, but being down here reminded me that it only takes 3 shots from most of these enemies to kill me, and that's dumb. I sought our underground Crimson, which was much farther away, and I fled immediately upon finding it. I'm too afraid of Ichor stickers killing me in an instant. I went to fish again, but realized the wizard had spawned in the house next to the fishing hole and was curious if he was selling the Pylon.
You are. Isn't that nice? Look at that. Make a build, just for the heck of it, and now it's Pylon. But granted, it's a very short. Like, I have all of these Pylon. I can't go to the left. I can't go to the left anywhere. It sucks.
So now I got Pylons all over the place on the right side of the world, but I can't go anywhere on the left side, and that's just wonderful. I'll have to set up a teleportation system sometime. And so I did fish for many more crates.
Don't give me no stinking bass. Nobody wants no stinking bass. Oh.
When I was done, turns out it's a full moon and werewolves are spawning, so I killed them for a bit to put a dent into the eventual banner I'll want for them, and then I shimmered my extra orichalcum into mithril to make full mithril armor, so we're doing pretty good, I think. But I need another break from fishing, so I went to the Hollow away from the fishing hole, placed a water candle, and drank a luck potion and farmed for unicorns as much as I could, but only 6 of them spawned. I swear these things only spawn in heaps or not at all, and I guess I was stuck with pretty much not at all. I did get a few drops though, and that got me a little bit closer to an Onk shield. And now that we've spent plenty of time in the Hollow, I wanted to find a nice open area to farm enemies in the underground Crimson. Bloody Gross, or Gross as I call them, are not much of a threat, but Ichor Sticker shots are too fast and hard to predict, while also doing stupidly high damage and reducing your defense. At the same time though, I'm going to want what the Ichor Stickers drop. There's also Herplings down here, and those can be hard to deal with. Basically everything down here is a killing machine, and I have to play extraordinarily carefully as I collect Souls of Knights, Ichor, and farm for vitamins. Being down here did teach me an appreciation for the Darklands. There were actually a few situations that felt more useful than the Night's Edge. Oh, and I did get the Crystal Serpent, forgot to mention that. I do also want Cursed Flames, as the Dart Pistol is a go-to weapon for me in early hard mode, and Cursed Darts are much more effective than Ichor ones in my opinion, but making an Artificial Corruption would require that I survive.
Oh! I didn't even see that. Okay.
I calmed my nerves with fishing, where I could pay attention to things like background elements in the game.
Unicorn, Pegasus. Look at him. Look at him go. I want that as a mount. I want a Pegasus. What if you could combine the Pylon, the winged slime mount with the unicorn mount? Maybe that is what you would create, a Pegasus. I want it. Relogic, do it. I command the...
It started to rain as my fishing potions were wrapping up, and it occurs to me that the rain here means that there will be a blizzard in the tundra, and so I could kill an ice golem for an ice feather. It's not guaranteed, but there's a chance, and wolves also have a chance of dropping the Lilith's necklace. I'll explain the necklace more if I get my hands on it, but I actually think it's pretty good. The only problem is, there's a blood moon. Enemies may now be too strong, but I can't pass up this opportunity to farm ice golems. Who knows when it might rain again? So I braved a trip to the tundra using my handy minecart track, and it didn't take long for a golem to spawn.
Ouch. Super careful now, super careful. So many enemies. Right, hide here for a second. We can get some enemies to drop down here. Don't tell me the ice golem despawned. You better not have despawned. Oh, he definitely despawned. Holy cow, what is this frost debuff?
I survived the blood moon, and the blizzard continued into the day.
Oh, the rain song. Oh, let's not play that as we have a ice golem on our...
This time, the other enemies didn't make killing the golem stupidly difficult, and after a few shots I realized I was doing next to no damage, so this could turn into a real long fight, but then I found the perfect little perch after the golem got stuck behind a small incline, and from there I was able to farm the thing without a care in the world, and sure enough, he dropped a lovely, lovely ice feather. This just means I need Souls of Flight. Getting wyverns to spawn is the only real issue when it comes to these things. Fighting wyverns, though, is just about as easy as you make them. If you don't already know, simply standing still slightly to the right or to the left of them and then dashing towards, I guess, into them and not away from them, and these things become really easy.
20. 40. Oh, yo, shoot.
The wyvern soon died and I got ice wings. I considered removing the bundle of balloons, but settled on dropping the honey drip spark necklace. It's too bad I'll lose some of the damage, but my mobility is unmatched. And of course, the best place to take full advantage of this new mobility is by heading into the caves to farm Souls of Knights. I want souls primarily to craft dart keys so I can summon crimson mimics and get the dart pistol I love so much. At the same time, I wanted banners to make this little farming area much safer. Maybe it's a little redundant farming for banners to make a place safer when I don't know if I'll return to it, but I suspect that I'll need more souls at one time or another, or maybe I'll farm the Crimson Key here sometime. No telling when you'll get awful luck and maybe I'll need a bunch of Dart Keys. The thing with Dart Keys too is that it's by far the best way to farm biomimics since you can spawn them wherever you want rather than dealing with natural spawns in cramped spaces.
Oh! I saw that mimic and nope.
I wrapped up farming and figured I should set up a teleporter to the tundra since the pylon there is no longer usable. I mined the meteor lodged in the snow because why not, and then farmed dark mummies in the next door Crimson Desert for enough dark shards to craft an onyx blaster. I am also doing the occasional fishing quest, and there's one called an ichor fish that I've never seen before, and I just love how it looks. Might be my new favorite fish in Terraria. Then I realized the hollow had quickly spread through the desert, and I set up sunflowers on either side of the Crimson and Hollow to hopefully limit the spread. I'm still not confident I could safely blow up a hole in the world that would separate them off, so I'll just have to live with it for now and see what I can do to prevent it. And so this brings me to the Crimson and Hollowed Mimic farming. The weapons from these enemies are generally good for early hard mode, but they are also so incredibly dangerous. I can't count the number of times they've made my heart skip a beat during hardcore runs, and considering how few I've done, that's saying something. Still probably one of the most feared enemies for me. The first one I killed gave me the dart pistol, so that's really nice, and from there I got a tendon hook and a flying knife. I can fight more, but after some close calls, I decided it was time to grind for adamantite armor, and of course, I can only do that with another long fishing session. I swear, you can fish for hours and not get a single titanium or adamantite bar, but I did get enough to add to the small stash I had on hand to craft a full set of armor, at which point I decided to farm for more souls a night. I have enough for keys, but I want to get more acclimated to my new capabilities, plus I still need several drops from these enemies for the Ankh shield. I killed a few more Crimson Mimics, primarily after Flesh Knuckles, and was gifted one. I figured Souls of Light would also be good to have on hand, and I might make some more light keys, although I don't really need anything the Hollowed Mimics drop. We'll just see how we feel after a bit of farming. Throw out a Discord would also be cool, but I never use it even when I have it. Kinda overrated if you ask me. And now, I have a dart pistol, and I mentioned how cursed darts are far superior to ichor ones. In order to get cursed flames though, I need a corruption, which of course doesn't spawn naturally when I have a Crimson world. The only way to get them is to purchase corrupt seeds from the Dryad, and she won't sell those without an Ectomist. But an Ectomist requires tombstones, and how do you get those in hardcore? You can't exactly die. Well, as it turns out, in hardcore, the NPCs will actually drop tombstones when they die, but since I've made this box of mine, they haven't really died hardly at all, and I haven't been able to collect tombstones, so I had to do the unthinkable.
Had to be done. I'm sorry. It had to be done.
But that let me get a few seeds and plant them. Now I just have to wait for the spread. And what better way to wait for that than to farm for blessed apples? The unicorn is probably my favorite mount in the game due to its high speed. It's a go-to mount for me in most of my serious runs. It can take a while to farm, but it's fast enough to keep safe distance from the Moonlord while also not being so fast that he teleports to your position all the time. The unicorn is also just great against the mechs, but Moonlord is usually where I find it most useful, or at least that's what I think of. The farming session got me nothing, and it turned to night, so I farmed for more Ankh accessories in the Underground Crimson because gastropods are scary. I did end up returning to the Hollow to farm before the night ended, and I guess the unicorns like coming out at night because they were all over the place and one dropped a blessed apple for me. At this point, I had also farmed enough accessories for the Ankh shield and had gotten a Philosopher's Stone from a Mimic earlier, which I upgraded to the Charm of Myths, which I used to replace the Warrior's Emblem. At this point, I have insane survivability and mobility accessories. Hardly anything damage-wise, well, nothing really, but surviving is all that matters in hardcore. Now the corruption area I had made earlier wasn't really spreading, so I purchased more corrupt seeds. Not sure why I didn't just do that before, and after placing a bunch of dirt and planting the seeds, I had my very own isolated slice of underground corruption in which to farm for a few lovely cursed flames. It also occurred to me, Ebon Koi would be a great fish to have for making wrath potions and getting that extra damage, so I made a little fishing hole down there as well. Having this whole area is nice, but it also has the unforeseen but entirely predictable side effect of allowing corrupt mimics to spawn. On the bright side, I built this whole place like an arena, so I was able to do circles around it until the mimic died. I could have gone home rather than challenging this thing in a suboptimal environment, but this is the only place I can get these mimics, and I prefer the dart rifle over the pistol, not for anything obvious like stats or some such nonsense, but because it looks cooler. Unfortunately, the mimic dropped the chain guillotine, which is actually sort of a good melee weapon. It does more damage than the Knight's Edge for sure, I just have to aim it better. I started using it, but the whole time I'm considering switching back to the Knight's Edge since its coverage is very useful. I ended up gathering 100 cursed flames before leaving, and I figured I'd do some more chill things like fishing quests, and it's a cool fishing quest in the Sky Lakes this time.
Oh, woo! That could have killed me. Alright, we're not fishing in the Sky Lakes. That ain't.
Nope. Wyverns. Why must they always spawn at the single worst times? Fishing in hard mode hardcore is really terrifying, what with the armor's low defense, the angler's, armor. So I am definitely not going back to fishing in the skies from here on out. So instead of that, I got to work on finally fighting the other boss unlocked these 10 hours, the Queen Slime. I honestly think Queen Slime is one of the hardest bosses when scaled to progression or whatever. She just shoots so many projectiles and her slime companions can quickly get out of hand. But I am sort of trying to beat every boss's hardcore run, and so I set up the arena and slept the night away. No way I'm fighting Queen Slime when it's hard to see and gastropods might be roaming around, and when day came, I summoned Queen Slime.
There she is. Immediately got hit. Not great. There we go. Whoop. I'm glad that this thing does Hellfire. It's so nice. There we go. Cleared a bunch of them right there. That's nice. Would have been nice to get Cursed Bullets, but... Oop! I feel like I would much rather... Okay, I'm not taking as much damage as I thought I would be, so that's good, at least. Alright. Now you'll be slightly easier to hit consistently. Gotta watch your minions, not get hit by those too often. Okay, let's use these to kill some of the minions. Okay. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing well. Hopefully she'll drop the Blade Staff on the first kill. And then those minions will help quite a bit with fighting her a second time. Frogs are fine, but not exactly great. I'm actually amazed when I run out of movement. I have so much. There we go.
That was a good battle, and I'm obsessed with getting full use out of my potions, but you see, I only wanted the Blade Staff. I don't need anything else. I have no reason to fight Queen Slime again. And so of course, I summon her again because I was more focused on using my potions to their max, and that battle actually went considerably worse. I never fell below half health, which is good, but it was definitely a very unnecessary risk. My potions even ran out near the end, and she was starting to deal some real damage that could have killed me pretty quickly. I'd used a lot of crystal darts at this point, and so I grabbed a bit more crystal shards to restock, and then I figured it might be a good idea to farm for the ice tortoise shell accessory thing. It's great for defense and can be combined with the paladin shield later. The only problem is that the tundra has been crimsoned.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
And so, not wanting to risk death and having run out of ideas, I literally spent an hour fishing for a second sundial, but never got one. That hour of fishing did make me want to return to the tundra though, and I did get, well, a drop of some sort.
Oh, wait, what? Handbat? What's a handbat? 'Tis a weapon, oh pig butts.
I played with it and got myself close to death for my trouble. You really shouldn't mess around and experiment in hardcore. I spent another half hour fishing for a second sundial, but still had no luck, and farmed in the underground hard mode jungle for banners. Hard mode jungle is just straight up terrifying, so I have been largely avoiding it, but having banners for the enemies in the Plantera arena at least I figured would be a good idea. Just had to be ultra careful, especially if tortoises flying from off the screen. I then spent yet another 20 minutes fishing for a second sundial. I checked the odds for finding one of these in crates, and I'll just say I've had extraordinarily bad luck with this thing, but hey, determination won out.
Oh, finally! Oh, finally! At last! I got the second enchanted dial!
I shimmered the thing to a moon dial, so now I can skip to the night instead of the day, and having two sundials to work with is really handy. Never know when you might need one. Coming off of that fishing high, I went to the next one in the corruption to fish for Ebenkoi. But something odd started happening.
Lots of purple cloverfish. Why do I have 4 purple cloverfish?
And I continued fishing up purple cloverfish after purple cloverfish.
Purple? What's in the purple cloverfish? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 purple cloverfish.
I memorialized this achievement by hanging every single purple clubberfish over the fishing spot at my home. Are these things really that common, or did I just get some weird RNG? I returned to farming in the jungle for sweet, sweet banners, and since the marble biome is nearby, I am also getting a bunch of Medusas to spawn.
Hey, I got a pocket mirror from a Medusa. I've never gotten that before. I always have to shimmer for it. That's kind of fun. Got a Medusa head and another pocket mirror. How does this thing work? Does anybody use this thing, like, unironically?
And as my time started to roll down, finishing 40 hours of hardcore in master mode, I went to the ocean to farm for a pirate map. I'm thinking I might not break any altars at all in the next 10 hours, so pirates won't spawn naturally, but I still think I should fight the pirates at some point. Gotta conquer everything, right? Does that mean I'll fight the moons? Well, they were given their own 10-hour segment, but we'll see when we get there. The final hours was spent playing in the rain in the hopes of getting a Nimbus Rod from the Cloud guys, but they refused to drop one, and I managed to get most of the banners for jungle enemies, just missing the Tortoise and Trapper ones. It's just now occurring to me that I'm not even halfway through this challenge. I should have double-checked how I sorted the bosses and events, because assuming I make it to late game, I'm going to have literally nothing to do but fight a boss or two, so maybe I will end up doing some builds near the end of this thing. I don't know. And I still can't get over how this whole thing has been stretching what to do in Terraria in a way that my 1 year challenge never did. I didn't ask for this. Well, I guess I did by making the series in the first place, but I wasn't supposed to actually survive this long, okay? I should have died forever ago. A slime rain even started, and you think that's a threat to me anymore, game? I don't think so. Did I have any real reason to go out and kill the slimes, the Summoning King slime, at all? No, I didn't, but I was able to add a relic to the collection, and nobody can stop me from collecting all the many shiny things. Plus, every relic makes number go up, so I'm going to kill it, all right? I'm so happy I decided to organize the thing by the order they were killed rather than grouping them together. It's so much more satisfying to look at. Now, in previous installments, I might have waited a little bit before actually fighting a boss. Maybe I do some prep or have some extra grinding to do to make sure that I'm all good to go, but I've had so much time in those previous installments that I already have a massive arena and potions ready to go. In fact, I slept to fast forward to the night so I could fight Skeletron Prime right away. So here we go, straight into the first of the mechs of 100 hours in hardcore. The one I believe is the easiest, and yet the one that also probably stands the greatest chance of actually killing me.
Hey, here we go. We got this, easy money. Skeletron's weak. He's a weakling. Skeletron Prime got nothing. He got nothing. No! All right, we're just. I can't believe I was able to take that many hits. I need to just get rid of this minecart. It's all together. Get rid of it. Nope.
And this, dear viewer, is why you never have minecart tracks anywhere near your arena. At least, not when you intend to use a mount of any kind. In a previous episode, I even talked about how I was adjusting where the minecart track was so I wouldn't run into this issue with accidentally mounting a minecart on the track, and, well, that's exactly what happened. And so Skeletron Prime falls. I was really hoping I'd avoid the whole heart attack involved with it, but that's fine, and my head is spinning. Never keep a minecart track next to the arena, no matter what. Lesson learned. Now, the night wasn't over yet, and I am all about maximizing the use of my potions, so I hurried to spawn our next mech boss, the twins.
Oh, okay, there's a red. I was like, wait a minute. Is red just not going to spawn at all? Yeah. Oh, I love the unicorn. It's so good. Okay, it's about to transform. There it is, there it is. Oh, we're cutting it close here. Come on, die faster. 1 in-game hour left, come on. Almost. I'm not feeling confident, come on. Oh, I've lost most of my potions too. Okay, we got one. Come on, die. 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 Nah, I don't have enough time. Ah, it's unfortunate.
Well, that sucks. In a way, that's actually the first time I've lost to a boss this run, and it's kind of weird saying that I've lost to a boss in a hardcore run, but I suppose truly losing would require dying. In fact, I did win that battle. The twins were just so scared of me they ran away, so I'm going to call myself the winner even if I wasn't rewarded with loot for my trouble. I did immediately remove all the minecart tracks around the arena after that though. There's still tracks to the sides of it, but considering the size of the arena, having them over there shouldn't be an issue. With Skeletron Prime defeated, I was able to make the flamethrower, one of my personal favorite weapons, and I was eager to get the Unreal modifier on it, but the flamethrower is stupidly expensive to reforge. It's giving me flashbacks to the several platinum sunk into the knight's edge. So I settled for the deadly modifier and slept to the next night. This time I plan on fighting the Destroyer first. He's most often the boss that takes the least time to kill, so summoning him first would allow me to make an easier decision as to whether I want to fight another boss in the same night. And so, it's time to fight the third mech boss, the big ol' mechanical worm.
Here we go. Take it down. Take it down. Yes. Hehehe. That was good. All right, watch the head. Watch the head. I go through my NPCs, which isn't ideal, but don't have to deal with it. Lots of damage there. Here we go. Oh, this is just easy. I'm not even taking damage. There we go. Nice.
I killed him so fast I summoned him again, and this whole time I've been finding this whole situation a little curious. Oh. I remember I used to create dirt boxes in the sky with a few platforms, and the dirt box would stop lasers while the platforms would let me shoot at the worm beneath me. The dirt box also made it so probes would have to get close enough to whack with the sword for them to do damage. This was the old go-to strategy for me because I didn't see any other way to deal with the Destroyer's massive array of lasers, but now he's a joke. Even if every single laser he shot actually landed, I'd be dealt next to no damage. Sure, I'm using every conceivable potion to my advantage, but still, not only are the lasers easier to dodge than I remember back then, but they're also doing less damage. But because we all know Terraria can hear your every thought, the game decided to teach me a very valuable lesson.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, the head. The head will kill you. Other than that, it's fine, but the head, oh my goodness.
And so the Destroyer fell, and I summoned it for the third time with a healthy fear of being hit by the head. When that one fell, there was not much night left, but I figured why not and summon the worm a fourth time, with it turning to day, having done barely half his health. I'm getting a little greedy here when it comes to collecting these hollowed bars and souls, but hey, I got plenty of supplies to fund my greedy wastefulness. I also discovered cursed darts are even more effective when dodging between a relatively small area and shooting the darts at a small angle upwards. You get a lot more of the cursed droppings, or whatever you want to call them, to actually hit the worm. It's pretty effective. With this treasure trove of hollow bars, I of course made the armor, but was curious if there was something I might not be aware of. I handed the bars to the guide, and this reminded me of the Super Star Shooter. It's a little impractical, and it's typically best against the Destroyer, who's the mech I need to farm the least at this point, but hey, why not see how it performs against the other two? I got stars to spare. I slept to the next night and summoned the twins. I started shooting the Star Shooter, but thought it would make more sense to save it for when the eyes line up. Sometimes I could get them when they were, and it was quite effective when they did, but it was also pretty effective against a single target, at least reasonably so, I think. Was it so effective that I wouldn't use other options that don't require stars or ammunition? Not really. No matter how much time I spend on any world, I never have as many stars as I'd like for this weapon. I do suppose, though, I wouldn't burn through them nearly as fast if I actually had the Ranger armor set instead of the melee one, but I ain't lowering my defense. No way, Jose. The twins are often the mech I say is the hardest for me, but when equipped with the unicorn mount, bundle of balloons, and ice wings, I have more mobility than I could ever need. I'm sure there's plenty of people who think the twins are the easiest, even with a whole lot less mobility than I have. Not sure how that's the case. You wizards, how do you dodge this thing like that? The twins died, so I made a rainbow rod optic staff and the hollowed pickaxe. This brings us to the chlorophyte mining and life fruit farming sessions, which are so much more deadly and hardcore. I often mine the stuff without a care in the world in a normal run, but this is no normal run. I can't casually mine chlorophyte without constantly watching my back for a turtle to come flying off the screen or a moss hornet stinger to hit me several times in rapid succession. On top of the typical grinding, I also needed feral claws to craft the fire gauntlet, and apparently I hadn't got those things earlier in the run. There was a chest next to the arena I hadn't looted somehow, but it was an anklet to win, not feral claws, which was unfortunate. So I mined and made my way through this dangerous jungle, needing to seek out new places and search for these feral claws while mining anything I found along the way. But my fear of the enemies down here was proven to be well founded.
You're kidding.
I wasn't sure of it at the time, but looking back at the footage, you can see that the turtle did 409 damage exactly. I currently have 410 health. That turtle literally brought me down to 1. If I had taken any damage by anything at any time before that, I would have died. I can hardly believe how lucky I am to still be playing right now. If I hadn't found those 2 life fruit, if I had walked into those jungle thorn things, if any factor had changed, I have been taking this way too lightly. Not been treating this exploration with the level of caution it requires. So of course, I kept on doing the exact same thing until I figured out I should take a break and craft chlorophyte armor while I can. Well, that was the plan at least, but I hadn't actually gathered enough chlorophyte for armor, so I made the true hollowed sword instead. The sword reminds me that I need more souls of fright and sight if I'm going to make the true knight's edge, so after having been scared by the jungle, I figured I'd farm Skeletron Prime, and by farm that I mean kill it exactly once. The knight was just about exactly halfway over when he died, and I did seriously consider summoning him again, but then I remembered, he one-shots you when it turns the day, and I wasn't going to risk being just a little too slow. So instead, I went to the tundra to farm for wolves. I was hoping to get the Lilith's necklace in the last 10 hours and never did, so I was hoping I could get one now, but none dropped. It's really too bad. The Lilith's necklace is no joke a good mount? I call them transformations. It's a transformation, whatever. It's faster than Terraspark boots, not nearly as fast as the unicorn mount, but it also benefits from all the extra jumps the bundle of balloons gives you, which is the same for the unicorn, but the wolf has, it turns around better acceleration. I don't know. It's great for all around usage, so long as you don't rely on wings.
Solar eclipse over. Oh, right. It's a lesser one. Okay. There's nothing good that they drop, is there?
There isn't much that these enemies drop, but that didn't stop me from farming the event. I will absolutely want to farm the Eclipse after Golem dies because I need to kill Mothron for the Broken Hero Sword. By farming the Eclipse now, I will be able to gather banners and make the later Eclipses just a little safer. There will be other new enemies that'll pose a large threat, but this will at the very least reduce the likelihood that I'll die. These enemies do drop moonstones and that one shell, whatever it is. For some reason, there's also a bunch of paintings that drop from these enemies. Why so many paintings from the solar eclipse? There's also the Death Sickle, which can be a useful weapon, especially as a person running melee, so I might as well use it, right? With that business done, I went to mine more chlorophyte, but this time I loaded up on all kinds of potions to make the whole endeavor that much less terrifying. I crafted full chlorophyte armor and killed Skeletron Prime once more for good measure. Now I'll have enough souls for the True Knight's Edge and whatever else I might want. I farmed in the jungle arena a bit in an effort to get some turtle shells. Underground isn't the best place to farm for those, but I got banners here and I figured they'd be helpful. I also stumbled across a Plantera bulb right next to the arena, so I guess now I know where I'm going after these 10 hours end. When I went home, I was reminded of the tavern keep. I'd farmed for all the defender medals needed to purchase the second tier staff, which I did, but I was wondering if it makes sense to purchase one of the armor sets to replace my chlorophyte one. I don't think it gives nearly as much an increase to melee damage, but does add to movement speed and summon damage, which could be nice, but I decided to save the medals for Valhalla armor, which is 3rd tier. Of course, that'd mean I'd have to actually fight tier 2 Old One's army though. Not sure I'm actually brave enough to do that, but I'll save the medals in case I want to later. If I don't, then I'll at least have the medals to maybe buy the 3rd tier staff or something. This is also the point I finally replaced my bundle of balloons, choosing the Berserker's Glove instead. Gives me extra defense and a few offensive buffs. This reminds me I actually had one pair of Feral Claws earlier, but needed a second one since I want these gloves and the Fire Gauntlet, and I wasn't able to make the Berserker Glove earlier due to a lack of Titan Glove. I guess that clears things up, but I got it now, so that's great. Sucks I lost some mobility, but I think the extra defense and damage will more than compensate for that. And now, with all the time I've spent in the jungle, I have managed to collect 2 turtle shells, and so I stopped by the surface of the jungle to farm for 1 more shell. I still have mixed feelings about turtle armor. It's great and all for defense, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't give you that much of an increase in defense, and I will no longer have an amazing crystal over my head doing insane damage. It definitely leans more heavily into tank, and overall I think I'd prefer melee chlorophyte armor, but as this is hardcore, I'll stick with increasing my defense whenever I can. This is one thing about the armor I don't understand though. Its set bonus says that attackers take double damage. What does that mean? What is considered an attacker? Are all enemies attackers since this is single player? This armor is meant to make enemies aggro on me, but that only really has an effect in multiplayer, so does the armor make it so I deal double damage when I'm targeted over my friends? How does this impact single player? Do I have to get hit first and then I deal double damage? I did some testing in the jungle, but it was inconclusive at best, and I wasn't going to really dive into testing it out in a hardcore run. I'll leave that up to people like TerraSteel to figure out. What's an attacker, and does my damage truly double? Back to things I do understand, I spent the next 10 minutes roaming around the jungle gathering extra chlorophyte, as I'll need them for chlorophyte bullets at some point. Gathering enough life fruit to reach full health and stumbling upon another pair of Feral Claws was also very handy, and I immediately crafted the Fire Gauntlet, which leaves a rather big decision to make. What does the Fire Gauntlet replace? It gives me such a big buff where damage is concerned, but survivability is obviously the main objective here. I considered replacing the Star Veil, but the increased invincibility has saved me a few times. What I haven't needed as of yet though is the decreased cooldown of the Charm of Mitts, so I nervously switched the two and tested it out in the jungle. Gotta say, I'm pretty happy with the damage output. Now what else is there to do with my time? Well, there are the pirates, and I still haven't broken any Crimson Altars, and I think I'll actually avoid breaking them. No need to add a bunch of harder ores to mine in the world, or give the pirates a chance to spawn all on their own. Instead, I'm just going to farm for a pirate map to spawn them on my time. I farmed for about 20 minutes, but had no luck. Shark kite! Shark kite! Woo! Woo! Oh. Woohoo! Shark kite! This is what I want to do for the rest of my time now. Woohoo! Sharky, 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 sharky. Sharky, 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 sharky. Whee! I spent some time in the underworld to kill red devils for the magic trident thingy, but wasn't able to get one, and perhaps that's for the better. Red devils are dangerous. I farmed in the Crimson a while for a Crimson Key, but didn't get one, and then farmed another Eclipse for extra banners. The Eclipse came to an end, and so I farmed in the Tundra for a bit to get that Lilith's necklace, but still had no luck. There were ice golems though, which doesn't really help anything. They're just dangerous. All this farming had me thinking about what I was going to do in the next 10 hours, and I realized I still haven't actually found the jungle temple. That's kind of important, but the temple is generally pretty easy to find. Just go to the lower third of the world and start mining in a horizontal line anywhere you haven't searched yet. It should be there somewhere, and sure enough it was. Funny thing is that a jungle temple chest was on this side of the door, so I was able to get some loot. And well, when you got nothing better to do, the Old One's army starts looking pretty tempting. Is this the single stupidest thing I've ever done? Perhaps. It is Tier 2 Old One's army though, not Tier 3, which has killed me many times in the past. Tier 2 is so short-lived compared to the others. What with it being behind the mechs, but before, what is it, Golem? That's just such a small window, so I feel nobody ever does second tier army unless you specifically intend to or are slowing down like I am. I had farmed a bunch of banners in earlier parts of the run, and so had no concerns about the waves, just the ogre at the final boss wave. Get too close to one and it'll swipe you with its club and do serious damage. It has a stomping attack that, at best, has a strange hit radius. It'll hurt you from quite a ways up above the stomp. It's actually kind of dumb. It also throws some spit at you that is the single worst slowness debuff in the game. All of this in mind, I was still able to kill 2 ogres and clear the second tier Old One's army without coming too close to death. The octopod just makes no sense to me as a weapon. It's got great knockback, sure, but so little range, I wouldn't trust it. I still don't know enemies quite well enough to guess how they'll react to knockback. Run into a turtle with this thing and will it fly away or spin directly into my face? I don't know. The ghostly glaive, on the other hand, was actually tempting for a second. Its ability to target and attack other enemies in the vicinity is handy, but the death sickle already has some of that functionality covered while doing similar if not greater damage, and of course the true hollow sword is a better true melee weapon. So if the ghastly glaive did some 5 more damage, I might actually use it, but in this state, nah. A clown spawned with the blood moon and all clowns must die, and then I headed to the tundra to farm wolves, but once again, didn't get the Lilith's necklace. I did get a KO cannon though, and this god tier weapon will absolutely bring me to the end of the game.
KO cannon for the win! KO cannon. Nobody uses that weapon unironically. Why does it even exist?
I farmed for a Crimson Key, but farming for biome chest keys is no better than trying to win the lottery by buying more tickets, and then I remembered booster tracks existed, and so I replaced the ends of my minecart tracks with those. The glowing mushroom I had started had fully spread, so I made a quick house, but when the truffle spawned, he wasn't selling the auto hammer, which has me puzzled. I thought he sold this immediately. I guess it's after Plantera or Golem or something? I never remember to make this guy's house earlier in the game, so I got no idea. The Crimson has been annoying me with how corrupt the tundra is. The tundra is probably beyond helping at this point, at least beyond safe help. So I finally decided to blow up a hole to separate the Crimson from the rest of the world. I'm not even halfway through this challenge, so another 50 hours of Crimson spread could easily wreak havoc on this world. I didn't do this earlier because I didn't feel safe, but with my current setup and a calming potion, I was able to handle the project without running into any issues. I've also been trying to get a Nimbus Rod this whole time, but the gosh darn clouds won't drop one every time I go farming in the rain. This time I did farm for them in the hollow though, so I was able to kill some rainbow slimes, and every time I see one, I have one of those, oh yeah, those are in the game moments, which is fun. The rain stopped and still no Nimbus Rod, so I figured I'd return to pirate map farming. I brought a bunch of battle and gills potions ready for a long farming session, but 2 seconds after drinking them,
Oh, come on! I came here to farm for a pirate map, and the very first one, right after I drink potions and all that.
is that good luck? Bad luck? Now these potions are just going to go to waste. Well, I've gotten the whole reason I farm for them, so whatever. I summoned the pirates and am reminded why Relogic added the pirate captain ghost. Not a single enemy in this whole event can attack through walls, and there was a time you could put yourself in a box and beat the entire event from within that box, from the moment that you enter hard mode. The pirate captain's ghost isn't even that dangerous, but it does prevent AFK farming. I think some people had a problem with it because they liked AFK farming the pirates, but I don't know, the event has too simple a solution in my opinion. It needed something to mix up the threat level. That's not to say the pirates were dangerous in any way though. I just hid behind a wall and spammed the scythe till everything died, and then had to head outside to finish off the Jolly Roger. None of them spawned until the very end of the event, which is kind of crazy, but at least I got a relic to add to the collection. I even added another layer of platform since we're going to need them very soon. And so, unsure what more farming could be done, I decided to actually build something. Another reason I've been hesitant to build is because I don't want any of my buildings to get in the way of my massive arenas, so this one I built in space where the wyverns hang out. I also love Sky Island, so I thought it was worth it. The idea for this build is pretty simple. I wanted the Sky Island, but for it to include mud, not dirt. Wasn't sure if I was going to go for a jungle or a glowing mushroom, but I got a cool looking mud base, said hello to a wyvern, and then made a simple house, topping it off with a layer of mud. I added doors, filled in the walls, and used mudstone bricks to add texture. I also settled on making it a jungle Sky Island. Not sure if enemies will spawn up here, but at least it'll be in space, so theoretically they won't be an issue. A solar eclipse happened during all of this, so I guess farming extra banners will give the jungle seed time to spread. I already have all the banners, but I want to get more and spread them around the arena. Dodging Mothron requires some movement, so I wanted to cover the whole place just to be safe. Now earlier I had tried farming for an ice tortoise shell. I think that was last episode and not this one. Wait, what have I been doing for these 10 hours again? I can't remember anything. Anyways, Crimson Tundra is no fun because of those big enemies, but I really wanted this ice tortoise shell for the next 10 hours. Once Plantera is dead, the Ankh shield loses a bit of its value, and I want to get a paladin shield and combine it with the ice tortoise shell. So I headed into the tundra, blew up an open area, and got to work on setting up a farm when an ice tortoise dropped a shell out of the blue. So I guess I'm done now. Didn't even finish the arena or farm, whatever. What I do know I did earlier in these 10 hours was beat the Old One's army, but I don't have quite enough for full Valhalla and 3rd tier staff. I need 260, I believe, but farming 2nd tier is so much less painful than 1st tier because you get 25 defender medals instead of a lousy 5, and I guess I already did the earlier farming and didn't hardly use any of it, so that gave me a head start. I took a short break after winning a few times to collect truffle worms, and I'm not sure why I decided to do that. Duke Fishron isn't in the next 10 hours, that's Plantera and Golem, and after them are the 2 moon events, and it's only after that, in hours 70 to 80, that I can fight Duke Fishron. I'm being way too optimistic here. Before getting back to the Old One's army, I farmed Black Recluses for Spider Fangs to make the Queen's Spider Sentry. It's basically a free 2 extra sentries for the event, and the last few times I tried, I had lost one and barely won the other. Somehow the first time I beat these events is always easier than every attempt after. This happened with the 1 year series too. It boggles my mind. I have been boggled. I am happy to report though that those staves on top of a metric ton of potions made the event much easier to defeat, and I got all the defender medals I'll need. The Jungle Sky Island is looking great, but tortoises are spawning here, so that's just fantastic. Speaking of the jungle, I figured it'd be nice to make a elevator down to the jungle temple. It just so happened, though, that a hive was in the way, and as I got close to check where the larva was, a bee hit me, and stars from my star veil broke it.
I should be fine. I'll be fine. Be fine. I shouldn't be panicking about queen bees spawning, but man, did that make me jump.
No joke, I was actually thinking that might end the run. Queen bee at this point in progression, yeah, sure she was going to end the run. I'm stressed. All right, I've come this far. I can't afford for it all to end. No way, I'm restarting. In the final hour, I was feeling a little goofy, so I fished for a bunch just to collect crates so I could stack them. I just like stacking crates. It did make me curious though. Toilets are good for giving you extra fishing power, but I have Chippy's couch. I wonder if it will increase my fishing power. The answer is no. So I added it somewhere at the base.
Wait, you can put it on a planter? Yes. This is where it belongs. For sure. Oh, transitioning seats. Oh. Wait. Wait, how many people can you fit on Chippy's couch? Hold up. Am I sitting on it right now? Am I sitting like on the arm? You need like 5 people on this? No, it's just 3. Okay, no. I'm thinking that you're sitting on like the arm of the couch. And like, that would give a 5th. Imagine you get 5 people sitting on this couch. I need to get some people together. We all sit on the Chippy's couch, see how many we can fit.
I did some searching for other Plantera bulbs, as I'm sure I'll want to kill the plant a few times, and then finished up with more crates. This is going to be a rather nerve-wracking part of the progression tree for me, for a few reasons, some obvious, one not so much. In this phase of the game, I'll be unlocking the hardest tier of the Solar Eclipse, as well as Hard Mode Dungeon. Hard Mode Dungeon is arguably one of the most dangerous parts of any run considering where you are in progression. Several of the enemies are fully capable of killing you in 2 quick shots, and there's that pesky sniper that nearly ended my first hardcore success. And now that I'm playing in Master Mode instead of Expert, I'm sure the enemies will hit even harder and take longer to kill. The Solar Eclipse, on the other hand, can be fought in my lovely arena, but the nailheads combined with hard to see deadly spheres and the boss Mothron can become an issue really quickly. The not so obvious piece of progression introduced in this phase of the challenge that I'm very nervous about is Golem. Widely regarded as one of the easiest bosses in the game, I've always found him to be actually a real threat in most runs. This is primarily because the close quarters you're stuck in during the battle and you're really close to when he's shooting at you, so it's hard to react in time. I'm still of the opinion that Golem is not as easy as people pretend he is. Sure, he's not the toughest, but I've lost plenty of times, and I'm terrified of this running ending by Golem's hand because the internet will never let me live that down. On the bright side though, Plantera is the first boss during these 10 hours, and I personally regard her as being one of the easiest bosses of the game, so let's get straight into it.
Hey, we got the axe on the first get out of here. Get out of here.
I had to farm for quite a bit to get the axe in my 1 year run, so this is super luck. All right, whatever. I wonder if that'll apply to the Stellar Toon if I manage to get to the Empress. That would be pretty epic if I got Stellar Toon in this run, but we'll see if we get there. Anyways, I remember there was another bulb up the elevator, and so I broke it and got to another fight. Wait, is it a elevator if it doesn't go all the way to the under? I don't know. There isn't really anything in particular that I need, but I love the Venus Magnum and figured I might as well try to get it. Plantera is an interesting boss to me because when I played the game considerably less and Plantera was a newer boss, I struggled with beating her more than most bosses. It took many attempts, and she used to be quite the roadblock, but now Plantera is hardly a threat at all. That's probably mostly due to the fact that I didn't really make arenas back then, but hey, now I live and learn, and now I know that making arenas actually does help with killing bosses. Who would have thought?
Another axe? What the heck?
Still no Venus Magnum, and my potions are still good to go, so I did some quick searching, found a third bulb, and killed the plant for the third time. Didn't get a third axe, unfortunately, but I did get the Pygmy Staff, which I just have to assume is better than the Twin Staff, or I guess Optic Staff, whatever. I'm honestly not sure. They're not nearly as good at targeting and hitting enemies than the Twins, in my opinion, but the Venom debuff is kind of insane. Intending to visit the dungeon soon, I replaced the Fire Gauntlet with the Spore Sack. Is this still a hot take that the Spore Sack is actually really good, at least when you're underground or otherwise have lots of walls? Sure, the Fire Gauntlet does great damage, but the Spore Sack spawns all these poisonous clouds that deal high damage. It's almost like having a horde of free summons forming a cloak around you, and I'm convinced it'll be far more useful than the Fire Gauntlet when in the dungeon. Plus, the spores can attack through walls to a certain extent, so that's very helpful. This did mean I'd want to reforge it to warding, and the Goblin Tinkerer during this run has had the single worst RNG of any run I have ever done, period, no contest. Have I just been lucky with a Tinkerer all my life, or am I extraordinarily unlucky this run? I have no idea. I've had to reforge just about everything 20 or more times before getting the modifier that I'm after, and even then I don't often get it. It sucks, even with all the time I'm spending on this world and the great riches I have acquired, it can all be gone in an instant because the Goblin Tinkerer is having a bad day. This man needs to build his beachside mansion already. I've definitely paid him enough to make one. And so this brings me to the hard mode dungeon, one of the places that ranks highest in fear factor. Next month will be even worse with the moon events. Those take first place for sure. But let's just focus on surviving these 10 hours. And with that in mind, I drank all kinds of potions before heading on down and encountering a Bone Lee before making hardly any progress. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I drank my one and only luck potion crafted with the elusive pink pearl. That gives me 15 minutes of extra luck that I got to leverage to my advantage and get myself out of this dungeon as soon as possible. I do have some of the lesser luck potions, but I'm using the best of the best here. One thing about this dungeon that I mentioned in the last video is that most of the walls down here are the kind that spawn snipers. Great, right? So I went down here thinking that I need to keep a very sharp eye out for these nasty marksmen, but apparently I didn't keep out a nearly sharp enough eye.
Oh, nope, not you. Oh, that's... Oh, the sniper hit me. Oh, okay. Well, at least I know I can take that much damage. Okay.
It is both terrifying and relieving having run into that sniper. I can take more of a hit from them than I thought, which is great, but I was also hit by a sniper, and those have nearly one-shot me in the past, and I shouldn't let them hit me at all. I don't need to experiment with this. A Bone Lee dropped both the Black Belt and Tabi, and my luck potion is certainly feeling real good right now. Wait, maybe I should drink these during reforging. Oh my, how have I not thought of this before? Is that a thing? A Magnet Sphere also dropped, which is cool and all, but I'm not sure I'm going to actually use it. I remembered a Desert Key had dropped before, so I grabbed the Desert Tiger Staff. Love this thing, definitely better than the Pygmy since it can go through walls when it feels like it. And I killed snipers from far away, as you should. Just got to hope snipers don't spawn as frequently as the Bone Lees do.
3 Bone Lees? 3? What the heck?
Before we continue, if you've been enjoying the video, be sure to subscribe. At the end of the year, I'll be firing 1 mini nuke 2 from this rocket launcher at year's end for every subscriber I have. So if you want to claim your mini nuke 2 and support long-form challenges like this, consider subscribing. I remembered I had also gotten the jungle key, so I checked my map to see where it is. This is why it's a good idea to mark where these things are with torches. Before heading out, I dropped a few things off at home and was about to return when I accidentally drank a second potion of return. And wait, I've never done this before. Now there's 2 portals. So what happens now? Does one portal teleport to the other? Do both portals still function and go back to the location I drank the potion at? Can you leave multiple portals around the world and use them at your leisure? Well, it would turn out the 2 portals link. I'm sure that could be helpful for some situations, but it's rather disappointing in the moment because I wanted to be teleported back to where I was in the dungeon and skip the travel back. But I made the journey and opened the jungle chest.
Piranha gun. Oh yes, fires live piranhas. Have you seen one before? No, you haven't. I invented it.
Did I use the piranha gun? No. I got an Inferno Fork. Did I use that? No. I'm getting a lot of things I don't really need. In fact, the only thing left for me to collect in the dungeon at this point is 2 Paladin shields, but no Paladins are spawning. I'm not sure if there's any way to optimize their spawn rates, but I'm not about to make a farm in the most deadly place of the game, nor am I going to roam around blindly. So I put up walls on either side of the farm area, I guess, and made a nice little box from which I could wait for the Paladins to arrive. I made sure every sniper died that appeared on the screen, and after waiting around for a whole 10 minutes, a Paladin finally showed up and was kind enough to drop me absolutely nothing. I farmed and I farmed and I farmed some more for a whole 15 minutes just for a Paladin to finally spawn. Will this one drop a shield? As it turned out, yes. Yes, he would. And his friend who came to avenge his buddy appeared not 10 seconds later and dropped the shield he was carrying as well. So I am out of here. Goodbye, hard mode dungeon. I hope to never see you again. Now you may be wondering why I wanted 2 Paladin shields. Well, one can be crafted into the Frozen Shield. It has higher defense than the Ankh Shield and grants 25% damage resistance when below 50% of my health. That added survivability is quite obviously helpful, but what was the other one for? Well, I was curious how good the Hero's Shield would be. I thought it would give me some offensive and some defensive abilities, but instead it was just slightly higher defense than the Frozen Shield, and other than that, it had no benefits for someone playing single player. It's actually mostly a multiplayer accessory. It's kind of cool. That's too bad, but I made the shield anyways because I did farm for the parts after all, so I might as well, right? In the last 10 hours, I tried buying the auto hammer, but it wasn't being sold, so after checking with the truffle once more, it would seem that the crafting station can only be available or sold or whatever after Plantera has been killed, so I purchased it and made myself a hoverboard. I know nothing about what the different tiers of wings are in Terraria. I don't care. I just spitball it and call it a day, but I do love the hoverboard for its ability to, well, hover and fly in straight horizontal lines. I always forget to craft it, but not today. Today I remember. With everything I could ever ask for already gathered from the dungeon, it was time to head to the Jungle Temple. I love how they reworked your ability to see wires in the temple. It makes it so much more dangerous, and taking the time to remove traps is more worth your time and effort. If it hasn't already occurred to you, there is an easy way to safely navigate the temple without seeing the wires or even knowing where the pressure plates are. If there's a pot, table, statue, or any other decorative piece, stand wherever those are, because the pressure plate obviously can't spawn in the same location. This is how I often leap through the temple, by landing on those safe zones and then scanning for pressure plates. The enemies are dangerous, but the true Hollow Sword makes quick work of them, and when I was hit, I was too tanky to be put in real danger. I sneak through the temple, and this is the part where I finally get to see if the World Gen is going to ruin my entire run. A bad temple arena could very well ruin everything.
Ooh, this is not a very good arena. It's not awful. It's not good.
It's not the worst temple I've ever seen. That's reserved for the one in my 1 year, 1 world. Maybe this isn't even bad at all. I don't know. It seems a bit thin. It could be wider, but I have to work with what I got. So cleared the traps I had set off earlier, put down a platform and passive buffs, drank my potions, and summoned the golem. Only 2 damage. Oh, that did 30. Okay. Okay. We're fine. Ouch. That went well-ish. I definitely fell a bit lower on health than I'd prefer, but hey, I did kill the sentient hardened clay, and that's what counts. Killing him makes it so wires are revealed, and I don't know why it didn't occur to me to remove all the wiring so they wouldn't be there as I summon the golem again. Is there anything I need from the golem? Perhaps not, but a sunstone could be good. The celestial stone, I've heard, is a good accessory. I'm not sure, and I haven't made it in forever. I also don't know what it would replace, but I can always get it and find out. Plus a pixel is always nice. And I suppose I need extra beetle husk for beetle armor. Okay, so there are reasons to kill this thing. I ended up killing Golem 3 times, opened up all the treasure bags, and didn't get any of the things I wanted other than the husks, but those are guaranteed drops, so they don't count. One exciting fact about Golem is that the 3rd tier Old One's army is available. Fighting the army isn't what is exciting though, the Valhalla's armor is. I've heard people rave about this armor, and because I have collected plenty of medals in earlier hours, I purchased full Valhalla armor and the 3rd tier Flame Burst staff. I equipped the armor and I'm surprised to learn it only has 5 less defense than the beetle armor. Granted, I don't get the damage resistance of beetle armor, but Valhalla armor does give greatly increased regen, whatever that means, along with extra sentries, summon, and melee damage. Should I use it over beetle armor? I'm thinking not. Pure survivability is all I care about, and the damage resistance of beetle armor has the Valhalla armor beat there. However, I wanted to test Valhalla armor to see if its damage could be worthwhile, but I made a major mistake in purchasing the Flame Burst staff. The Valhalla armor's set bonus increases the effectiveness of the ballista staff. And now that I purchased the armor and a staff, I no longer have enough defender medals to afford the ballista one. I do have 50 left over, so only 10 more are needed. But as mentioned, we're at 3rd tier Old One's army. At events, I only managed to beat on tier during the 1 Year 1 World Series and only after many deaths and defeats. But I'm curious. Can I sneak a few defender medals from the early phases of the army? Well, after clearing the 3rd phase, I got my hands on 1 single defender medal. So it is possible. I'll just have to do it 10 more times. That didn't sound exciting, so I instead spent my valuable time killing 8 more golems just to not get the gosh darn sunstone. I did get a pixel, so woohoo, but where's that stupid sunstone? What is the odds of this thing dropping? I did use the possessed hatchet a bit and was actually impressed by it. Its damage output to single targets is comparable to the true hollowed sword, just with the added benefit of range and some homing from what I can tell. It's just, well, only 1 target. And so I returned to the Old One's army, deciding this time that I'd put in a little extra effort to clear the 4th wave, and maybe, just maybe, I'd beat it and be rewarded with more than 1 medal. And by beat, I mean beat the 4th wave, not the whole thing. It was tough, but I did accomplish what I set out to do, and 4 defender medals dropped from the crystal, bringing me to 5 of the 10 I need. That is definitely nice, having to fight the thing a whole lot less now. Feeling good about clearing 4 waves, I decided to bring potions this time, figuring I could potentially get even further. I nearly beat the 5th wave, but definitely got carried away and fell below half health near the end. That gave me 4 more medals, and so I cleared the first 3 on the next one and abandoned the crystal with the final defender medal I needed to get the ballista staff. All those for something I'm not even sure I'll use. There weren't a whole lot of scenarios I thought I would be safe for testing the armor, so I summoned the army again to try out Valhalla armor with this extra efficient ballista. At least with the army, I can run away at any time if need be. This is when something I didn't expect happened. With this armor, I was able to clear all of the waves, bringing me to the final and most dangerous wave 7, where Betsy the Dragon, a boss I could barely defeat in my 1 Year 1 World Series, spawns.
actually beat Betsy at hardcore! Let's go! No way!
I genuinely cannot believe it. How on earth did I do that? This is by far the easiest third tier Old One's army has ever been. What is going on? Betsy dropped the Sky Dragon's Fury, which I reforged, sinking yet more of my money into the black hole known as the Goblin Tinkerer's pockets, and then placed the many relics I had gathered. Wanting to test the Sky Dragon's Fury and still hoping for a Sunstone, I killed the Golem, and I'm quite happy with this weapon. This is definitely a suitable place for it in progression. I've just never gotten it at this point before. I feel so good about it, and I figured it actually served me best against the next incredibly dangerous event, the Solar Eclipse. Drink all of my potions, including a luck potion, and summon the event. I killed a nailhead right outside and ran into a Mothron immediately after.
The Sky Dragon's Fury. Oh my goodness, it's actually great at this point in progression. And we already got one. All right, we're good. We're done. We're fine. That's it. Zip. Done.
I used a sundial to skip the rest of the day. Well, I was a bit anticlimactic, I think. I waited for the eclipse to end, but the enemies were still spawning.
Wait, did I just skip to another solar eclipse? Are you kidding? Get out of here. Are you kidding? What?
Well, that's kind of funny. Makes me real glad the sundial resets whenever a solar eclipse or similar event happens. With the broken hero sword in hand, I crafted the Terra Blade, and its price tag for reforging is insane. I was tempted to burn all of my money in an effort to get legendary on it, but there are a few more things I might want to reforge in the future, so I held off and settled for Savage. And now, I want to do something I would never have dreamed I would do in a million years. Farm third tier Old One's army in Master Mode Hardcore. To prepare, I gathered spider fangs with which to make the spider sentry staff. I had one before, but I trashed it figuring I wouldn't need it anymore. Once I crafted the staff, I took down the Old One's army for the second time, with the Sky Dragon's Fury performing quite well against Betsy. It might actually be better than the Terra Blade in many situations. Quite impressive, really. Betsy dropped the Flying Dragon this time, and well, fun fact about the sword, it's actually the best sword in the game. Okay, well, maybe not technically, but the Terra Blade is oftentimes the final sword used before Moonlord, but the Flying Dragon is better in many ways. It's just as fast, does twice the damage right about, and goes through blocks. The only drawback is the weapon's projectiles are a little smaller, but that's perfectly fine by me. I sank another arm and a leg to get the Flying Dragon to Godly, still can't get Legendary, and I am now well geared, and now that I know I can easily take down the army, I cleared it 3 more times, all in search of Betsy's wings, which dropped on the 5th dragon.
And Betsy wings! And it's warding! Let's go!
I needed to start clearing up some of the weapons and accessories in the chest after gathering a bunch of stuff here, and accidentally sold my one and only Star Fury, so I guess I'm not getting the Zenith until I fish for another one. It's kind of ridiculous, but even more ridiculous is the sheer number of relics above my base. I said at the start I wanted to collect every relic from every boss this run, but I never anticipated including this many from Dark Mages and Ogres, let alone 5 Betsy relics? Calming things down a bit, I added 2 more houses. The Cyborg hadn't spawned yet, so I clearly needed more housing, and I spent some time redoing the spawn area to make it just a little more interesting. Looking good, I think. Now, to prepare for the next 10 hours, I mined away a block-deep hole where the Old One's army used to be. The plan is to put a thin layer of lava down there to give me free damage against the enemies during the moon events. I somehow haven't fished up a bottomless lava bucket and tried using regular lava buckets, but the lava kept disappearing, so I tried fishing again, failed, and then managed to make it work with more regular buckets and spacing out where I spilled the lava. I then went underground to farm for a Crimson Key. I've done this several times before with no luck, and that'll continue. Still no Crimson Keys for me. I'm not even sure the Vampire Knives will be helpful, but hey, I got time. I did get bored of farming though, and decided to make a cave build. After all, builds on the surface could get in the way of my arenas, which is one reason I haven't really done much building, so making it underground made a lot more sense to me. There was a lot of mining and a lot of building, and magically this appeared. So I started farming for the Crimson Key again, making sure to drink my luck potions, and after another half hour or so, Bob's your uncle, one actually dropped.
Crimson Key! Oh, I actually got it! Oh, sick!
Still not sure they'll actually be useful, but I got them, and I'll get to really put them to the test against the moon events, I think. Really quick, back to the build. I remembered that fog machines existed and have never implemented them into a build before, so I figured I'd set up a bunch of them in the lower part of the cave build, used Echo Paint to hide them, and dang, that looks cool. I'm gonna have to use fog machines more often. Now, I had gone underground a time or two for those Crimson Key farming sessions, and I've been noticing the hollow get closer and closer underground, so it's time to separate it off from spawn before it's too late. Genuinely out of ideas for what to do in these past few hours, I had some fun messing with minecart tracks, trying to make an infinite loop. Never made one of those before, and I hardly use minecart tracks at all, and I'm still not entirely certain how I did it. It just kind of started working. I also didn't know how to make minecart bumpers before, and was about to check the wiki until I read the Rails description. I then figured I'd have some fun with the jungle temple, mining away many of the blocks and replacing the stone exterior with jungle temple ones. I thought this was funny, but joke's on me because these blocks actually changed my biome to a jungle one, so I couldn't use my forest pylon anymore. That sucks. Why do these blocks have to affect the biome? I demand this be changed right this instant. I was about to replace the whole exterior with pearl stone brick, but after replacing exactly half, the jungle biome background went away, so I'm sticking with half and half, just for the heck of it. At this point, I've managed to collect 3 biome keys, and so I got it in my head. It might be fun farming for all 5, so I went to the tundra, and this one was a whole lot more cooperative, as it only took a half hour to get my hands on this key.
There it is. Let's go.
This sentry is widely regarded as pretty useless, and there definitely was a time that was more or less true. Since they updated the thing, it's definitely better than the 3rd tier flame burst staff at least. Maybe it really is the best sentry now. It pierces, it's fast, it does fine damage. It's free if nothing else, so why not, right? I connected the arenas in the hollow and near the house to make one much larger arena, and then farmed in the hollow for the last biome key, but never got one. This is the part of progression I've been fearing more than any other. The Pumpkin and Frost Moons are night-long events that scale the further you get along, meaning that if I somehow perform quite well against these events, in the earlier stages, their scaling will counterbalance my preparedness and still make things quite difficult. These are events that I could skip in any other typical run, but because I'm doing this whole 100 hours thing, I decided I should defeat every boss, and bosses for the sake of this challenge will be defined as enemies that drop relics. I suppose I didn't actually intend on fighting 3rd tier Old One's army, but hey, I got them, didn't I? So we got those relics, we're keeping it up. The Frost Moon in particular has me a bit scared. The Elf Copters, Santa Bots, and Ever Screams all shoot fast-moving, small, hard-to-see projectiles that deal very high damage. Keeping them managed will be a task unto itself, but the Ice Queen is no slouch either, with one of her attacks in particular having a small chance of freezing me into a little Dwarven popsicle, and that could very well end the entire run. The Pumpkin Moon isn't nearly as tough, but there are several strong enemies, and pumpkins tend to spawn more easily than Ice Queens, so their numbers alone could be a problem. All that to say, I will be heavily relying on my Sun and Moon Dial to escape any potentially hazardous situations, and come to think of it, I'm not sure if these events reset the dials or not, so it's possible summoning one will force me to fight it out. I could have easily slept to the first night to get the Pumpkin Moon right from the start, but I wasn't particularly interested in rushing into these, so I messed around for a bit. We'll just call it warming up, and when the sun fell, I summoned the Pumpkin Moon. The beginning of the event is obviously quite easy, with scarecrows being the primary enemy to spawn. It is a little unfortunate how I laid out this arena though, as it would appear enemies are spawning on the platforms above and falling down on my head. Not the best, but I can easily make them drop into the lava layer below my feet for plenty of free damage. That's why it's there, so we'll use it. Come wave 6 and we see our first real threats, the Morning Wood. These trees have 2 primary attacks. One is a bunch of little fire shots in the vicinity of the tree, and another is a load of fiery spooky wood splinters that have far more range.
Okay, oh! Ooh. Oh no. Okay, hold up. Okay, we'll just heal up.
Right as wave 9 was ending, right before wave 10, when Pumpkin is supposed to spawn, the very first King of the Pumpkins appeared.
Be ultra careful. Okay. We're about to get one. Get our first pumpkin kill. Okay, we got one. And it dropped the pet. Okay.
Sure, that wasn't very difficult, but that one boss fight is not what makes the moons dangerous. The problem with having killed one pumpkin is that I've entered later waves, and those later waves spawn more powerful enemies. A second pumpkin spawned, and then a third and a fourth, bringing me all the way to wave 15. I'm shocked I haven't seen more than one of these guys alive at the same time, but I'll happily take it. Just one of these pumpkins is a lot easier to deal with. The fourth pumpkin felt considerably more tanky than the others for no reason in particular. Maybe my damage potions had worn off. Actually, that's probably the reason. The night actually ended before killing the fourth pumpkin, meaning I have officially survived. I gathered the loot and went to add the new relics. I had 5 pumpkin relics, which is odd. Even when looking back at the footage, I didn't spot when the 5th one came out, or I didn't even kill the 4th. Wait, why do I have so many relics? Maybe that last pumpkin did actually die the last second. I don't know, but I got 5. What's sad though is I just got about nothing from the event. I did get the Hexed Branch, which I'm pretty sure is the fastest mount in the game. It's nice to have against Dufishron, though I'm hesitant to use it for Moonlord. The Unicorn mount is just fast enough to outrun him without having him teleport all the time. The Hexed Branch, on the other hand, might be so fast that Moonlord will constantly teleport, and that could be a problem for me. But that's not something I gotta worry about now. Instead, I'm going to focus on fishing in the corruption for more even koi. I remembered the damage potions, and another potion or 2 only last 4 minutes, while several of my survivability potions last 8 minutes. So to keep my damage up, I wanted to keep a stack of 2 of these potions with shorter lifespans. Wrath potions are one of those that I'm a little low on as well, not super low, but a solid stack of 50 makes me feel good. So I fished for a while in the least secure, most dangerous fishing spot in the world. Thankfully, the even koi were aplenty, and after returning home, I added more purple clubberfish to the collection. Potions in hand, it's time to return to the Pumpkin Moon. If nothing else, I want the Witch's Broom mount. It's very handy for building, and I have a feeling I'll be building a lot during these last many hours due to the lack of progression presented by them. Not to mention, I've already done most of the farming, so I'm going to have to get creative, while also not being so creative, I forget I'm in hardcore and get myself killed. In hindsight, increasing my damage might not have been the smartest decision in later waves. It'd really be best to instead just focus purely on surviving instead of killing at the night's end, as it winds down, so I don't put myself into those more difficult waves I mentioned earlier in the video. That, however, had not occurred to me while I was playing, and I was purely focused on making the damage number go up. This resulted in me reaching and then pushing past wave 15 into wave 16 for the first time, where for the first time I had 2 pumpkins attacking me at the same time. Pumpkins have always been a weird boss to me, what with the scythe hands stretching and moving in odd ways. Pumpkin scythe projectiles in particular give me trouble, and having 2 at once doesn't exactly make things easier. Thankfully, I was able to dodge just fine, and the day was right around the corner, so I just had to survive maybe a minute and have conquered my second Pumpkin Moon. The event wrapped up, and as the last moon reaped 0 weapons for the pumpkins, this one resulted in 4 jack-o'-lantern launchers, also 2 candy corn rifles, I'm pretty sure, but all I can think about was 4 jack-o'-lantern launchers. Not wanting to rush into the frost moon, I instead got to work on making an asphalt platform spanning the left side of the world. It's going to be just over the rails, so I can still use them if I wanted, but I couldn't have asphalt under the rails lest I try to mount something and end up attached to the rail instead, so I spent quite a while setting up this asphalt highway. I've never been a big believer in these. They're nice, and sure, you can move fast, but they take up so much space and consume a lot of gel I usually have already used with the flamethrower. Plus, I often have the unicorn mount, so I just use that instead. I will say though, I did think this asphalt would be faster than anything else I had, but I was definitely wrong.
60 miles per hour. Wait, so this is faster? Oh, this was all a waste. This is faster than running on asphalt. This is all a waste. Oh well. At least I can dismount and still move fast.
Maybe not that big of a waste. Asphalt does mean you don't have to worry about dismounting or remounting, which is probably one of the biggest appeals. I don't know, it's fine, it's here, I might tear it down, and I killed Plantera. Do these 2 things have anything to do with each other? No, but I had no reason to kill the plant either, but I think I was going for the Venus Magnum, but still didn't get it, and really don't need it at this point either. That's enough stalling. It's about time to do the Frost Moon. I fished for more Wrath Potions, certain that the extra damage wouldn't actually be enough to get into those really late waves and would do nothing but help prevent bosses from being a problem. I killed Plantera 2 more times. Honestly, don't know what's going through my mind or why I think the Venus Magnum would be helpful. I still didn't get it either, but now I slept to the next night. to the event, I fear more than any other. Even the pillars don't have me nearly as anxious as the Frost Moon. Well, that might not be true, but at the same time, I think it is. Anyways, night came and I summoned the Frost Moon. I clear the first waves and a single Everscream before the Elf Copters come in the 6th wave. Of course, I focused primarily on making sure all of those were dead. Come wave 7, the first Santa NK1 spawned. These things have a fast machine gun rockets that are like the Morningwood's projectile thingies, and of course, they can shoot a barrage of presents into the sky. Thankfully, with this being an earlier phase, I'm able to focus on killing Santa Claus without being distracted or bothered by other enemies. That remained largely the case as the night continued, with Santa and the trees hanging out in the lava layer, while I remained safely out of range of most of their attacks. The Santas have to be the main target over the trees due to them actually having attacks with more infinite range, while the trees were a bit more limited, and an Elf Melter dropped from one of them, which is neat, although I never found the Elf Melter to actually be that helpful. It's kind of weak. There's not a whole lot of situations at this point in progression where a flamethrower is particularly useful. I hit wave 11, and this is when the first Ice Queen spawned.
Oh, okay, we got the ice. Okay, now where's Santa? There we go. Nice, nice. Ugh. Come on. Ooh. I am cold! Oh, I should get warmth potions. That could actually help with this. Oh, the North Pole. Sweet. Like the only thing I could actually benefit from in this.
I can't believe I didn't think to make warmth potions. This is probably one of the rare situations that potion would actually be useful. For all I know, they also would make me immune to being turned into a frozen little Thorbensicle. The second Ice Queen fell, and so did the third before the night ended, but the battle wasn't over yet. Santa NK1 was fleeing the battlefield, but the thing is, these guys are super slow, so I was able to keep pace with him and kill it off after the sun had risen. So I placed the relics of the bosses I had defeated, but something was off. I had killed 3 Ice Queens, but there was only 1 relic. I also know for a fact I killed more Santas and Everscreams than the ones that I placed. Something isn't quite right, but I'm okay with that, I suppose. I did get a cool mount after all.
Hey! Now we have a tank. Let's go. You're going down now, mate. Yeah.
I had also collected the chain gun, and after searching in the jungle for a hot second for a bulb, the moment I laid eyes on one, I came to my senses.
Wait, I don't need a bulb. I have the chain gun now. I'm fine. What am I doing?
So we returned home, and the NPCs are having a party, which is how I came across this game-changing discovery.
Wait, the tax collector doesn't have a party hat. Wait a minute. Oh, he doesn't participate in the party. Poor guy. Here, let me take some of your taxes. Ah, there you go. Do you want to celebrate now? Oh, whoops.
I messed around a bit with the speed of the Hex Branch Unicorn in my bare feet until night fell, and I decided to summon yet another Frost Moon. Why did I do this? Well, mostly because it just felt right, beating the moon twice, as it proves it's not just luck, but also because I wanted to test the North Pole a bit. Perhaps I'm not meant to have the Flying Dragon and Dragon's Fury right now, as they're 2 of the best melee weapons free Moonlord, but I thought the North Pole could potentially compete during events. The sheer number of snowflakes it drops, I figured, would do well, and all things considered, it's fine, but highly inconsistent. When there were a metric ton of enemies below it, then the North Pole could actually match the DPS of the others, but that was a whole lot more reliant on groups being gathered in one place than any of the other weapons I had on hand. I finished the night on wave 14, having defeated several Ice Queens and many Everscreams and Santa NK1s, but what's important is that the night has ended and I have officially beaten both of the moon events in Master Mode Hardcore, and both of them twice. That marks another massive milestone I have never in a million years thought I would ever achieve. I went above my home to mark my achievement with the relics I had collected.
Wait, what? No, Everscream relics. What? What's the deal with the Frost Moon? Where are all the relics? What happened to them?
Okay, I know for a fact that I killed more Everscreams during the Frost Moon. I killed more Santas and more Ice Queens than the relics suggest, and I have no idea what's going on. Do they not always drop a relic? Are they supposed to? And no, they haven't burned in the lava. Okay, what's going on here? I guess it's time to keep myself busy. I realized that the hollow had spread onto the left side of the elevator. This much was obvious, but I had only separated the right side to spawn from the hollow, and it occurs to me it could very easily spread up from the left side as well, so I bombed that side for a while until it was all good and blown up. Now at the very least, spawn will remain safe from the inevitable hollow apocalypse. Speaking of the hollow, there is one more dungeon key I have yet to acquire. Somehow, I had extraordinary luck with the desert and jungle keys and got those without even trying, and then put in the effort to farm the crimson key, got lucky and had the tundra key drop pretty easily, and now I just have that itch to unlock all 5 biome chests. I don't remember the last time I actually managed to do this. Heck, I didn't even do this in my 1 year series. In fact, I don't remember if I opened a single biome chest in that run, and I did do some farming for them. I often went out of my way to avoid farming, as I think it's not exactly the most exciting thing to do in the year series, and that's true, but in hardcore, it makes a lot more sense to do this farming. Granted, the rainbow gun inside the hollow chest isn't exactly going to be very helpful for me, but hey, I got the other 4 and I'm not building, so this is what we're doing, I guess. Another reason I'm not building in this run, at least not as much, is because I'm doing the year-long series alongside this, and I want to have the motivation to build in that one, so I don't want to burn myself out with building during this run, which has, combined with the year run, it's gotten me a little closer to burnout than I'd like. Anyways, I got the key.
Oh wait, I got a hollow. When did that happen? When did it? How long has that been there?
And so I got the rainbow gun, and you know what I decided to do after that? Build. Okay, for context, I just recently watched a Tommy Tsunami tutorial about making windows in Terraria, and it inspired me, but it wasn't the windows that inspired me, no. Rather, it was the house he used to showcase the windows. I really liked it, so I figured I'd just really quickly hit Control-C and Control-V to get that building into my world, but I'm not nearly as good a builder as he is, so this will be a poor imitation. You'll have to look at his video to see, and I did steal his stairs, though I wasn't actually looking at his video, and I was just using it as reference. I was purely using my mind to remember what it looked like and try to recreate it, okay? I didn't quite look at it, so maybe it's going to be more different than I remember. It makes me feel less dirty too, you know, copying it when I don't actually look at it. I have to use my memory. I do have one problem though. I have run out of dynasty wood, and the traveling merchant isn't spawning, so I can't finish filling in all the walls here. I got most of them, but not the top level. I made this one window Tommy Tsunami mentioned in this tutorial. It looks kind of nice, but I'm gonna have to spruce it up later. And as I waited for the dynasty wood to come, I decided to get to work on adding a bunch of clouds above the, or in the ground? In the ground? Above the build. I want this to feel like it's on the surface, even though it quite obviously is not. I can't build on the surface, remember, too many potential obstacles during boss battles. Speaking of which, there is one event. One mini boss I have yet to fight. It doesn't drop a relic, so I didn't feel compelled to kill the thing on tier, but I figured I should do it for the heck of it. Of course, I'm talking about the Dread Nautilus. How is my Socrates impression? Of course, I'm talking about the Dread Nautilus. Maybe that's a little bit better. I don't know. I need to work on it some more. I'm coming for you, Sock. I killed a few blood eels and a hemoglobin shark just for good measure before finally fishing up a Dread Nautilus, and I was not anticipating this boss battle being so dangerous. Okay. Oh, it's on some little minions. Oh, Cloud! Oh! The Nautilus died and the clown was no more. Heart pounding. I returned home and thought about what I had just done. I had considered the possibility of a clown spawning, but I had not considered how easily one could kill me if I didn't see it fast enough. One more hit, and the clown could probably have taken me out. I hadn't even brought potions to the event, not thinking the Nautilus to be worth what would have been a very cheap cost. That's enough putting my life in danger for now, I think. So I returned to my Dynasty Wood home. First, I started working on finishing a full cloud layer above it, as I couldn't think of what to do about all the dirt. And somehow this became one of the single most momentous occasions of my life. I heard it! I heard that!
I've wanted to hear that sound effect forever. Where is it? Where's the duck? Where's the duck?
While I wait for the traveling merchant to get dynasty wood, I figured I should decorate the interior of the first floor, but the thing is, I don't know how to make interiors. I suck at them, generally speaking, in particular when they are in a larger open space like this. Not sure what to do, I decided to make some love potions to distract myself, and I splashed them onto NPCs so they'd love something. I was thinking it might do something, but their prices didn't drop. They didn't start selling pylons. Is this potion literally just a particle effect? Why do princess fish exist? I slapped a couch down by the window. Ah, yes. Masterful interior design right there. I thought some nice potted plants would be good, and the Dryad sold the ones above the house here before, but now she's selling a different kind of plant and not the ones above the house. Wait, when did this rotate? I didn't know this was a thing. I wonder how many variants there are and when they switch. I know it's not a night and day thing at the very least. I wish I could get more of the seaweed plants. That's really the one I want the most, but those I'm pretty sure you only get from fishing or crates, and after doing and opening many of those, I have only ever gotten one. A bit too rare for my taste to try and go get more. With all of these and a few other things, I made the one window look nice. Now just the rest of the floor. I spaced out and created these windows, learning that banners can hang from hammered platforms, which is an absolute game changer. I then repeated this pattern with the windows using different articles of furniture to break up the pattern and symmetry to make it feel more natural. I then framed the cross-hatched windows to make them more of an actual part of the building and added some lanterns as it would appear sunlight isn't reaching this low. Turns out the lower floors is in the underground, and so I'm stuck with the underground backdrop. That really sucks. I continued the style onto the other side of the first floor and added a number of paintings and trophies to liven up the empty white walls. I then spent an entire hour doing nothing but decorating the second floor. This probably shouldn't have taken 2 hours, but a large chunk of time was spent figuring out what I even wanted to do with it, and I didn't have a pattern to follow through the whole floor. That's not to say the building process wasn't eventful.
Solar eclipse. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's not nice.
Having the first 2 floors mostly done, I figured it might make sense to spend a hefty chunk of time farming for the Rudda Discord. So I went down into the hollow, drinking a battle and luck potion, and proceeded to kill one single chaos elemental. Are you? I just came down here to farm for hours, but this is right there. Or I've done some previous farming, but come on, it always feels good when you start farming and it ends up, you end up getting it immediately. Still in collection mode, I killed the golem 6 more times, which consumed every power cell available from the chest in the jungle temple, and even after many golems, I am still without my sunstone. I was concerned I wouldn't be able to fight golem at all now, especially since I thought there was a crafting recipe for power cells, but there is not. The only way to get more is to farm the enemies down there. Instead of heading right to the jungle temple to farm for more, I finished the second floor of the... what should I call this? I don't know. Let's call it the Haru Hotel. Second floor done. I tried farming golem again, killing enough of the enemies for 3 power cells, and I still have no sunstone at all. I checked the bestiary and see I have killed the sentient hardened clay 21 times and still no sunstone. Flashbacks of the stellar tune are appearing in my mind. While I was at it, I checked the number of ice queens I had slain as well, and its number was indeed higher than the number of relics I had on hand. I don't know what's wrong with Frost Moon, but the relics are not dropping relogic. I ended up with another golem killing spree, and on 24 golems, I at last got the sunstone, which basically marks the end of the things I can think of to collect. Although I do need a moonstone, and I've gotten maybe like 10 of those, and somehow I sold all of them and didn't save any, so I still can't make the thing. So I got to work on the 3rd floor of the Haru Hotel when I noticed something weird about Dynasty Lanterns.
Dynasty Lanterns are 1 pixel smaller on the right than the left.
And through the magic of editing, the Haru Hotel is completed. Thank you, Tommy Tsunami, for giving me this idea with this video or this run, whatever. It's probably a couple months old. This video is probably a couple months old by the time that this comes out, but it was a real inspiration for what might be my favorite large structure I have ever built in Terraria, and at least I feel much better about making interiors in the future. And with the final hour, I filled in the entire sky portion of the map, fished for even koi, and figured out that if you synchronize your breathing to the ups and downs of the relics, you may just find yourself calming your nerves. I have too much time on my hands. This is a part of progression I wasn't actually that afraid of at first, but it just so happened that I went into recording these 10 hours immediately after the conclusion of Wild LMAO's 30 times Hardcore series, and let's just say, the Martians were quite a problem in that video. I've always thought of them as being tough, but I guess I didn't quite consider just how dangerous they really are. Martians are an event I suppose are on tier with the moon events, but the moons you have a little more control over because you can absolutely whiff and keep the moons weak, plus you can skip it with sundials. The Martians, on the other hand, won't go away until you defeat them, and just about every enemy has a gun. As an American, I do not fear this fact, but space lasers are a whole different story. The Martians won't be our first obstacle to overcome though. First, we will beat up Duke Fishron. I feel much more confident about this boss fight. Ever since learning his pattern in third phase, the Duke has become significantly less of a threat. Even so, this is Master Mode, and if I find myself off rhythm, then any boss can kill me very fast. Plus, Duke hits pretty hard. All the sharks from these tornadoes create a bunch of projectiles to avoid, and the thing with beetle armor is that I become weaker after every single hit. So I sure gotta be sure to avoid those sharks. I set up an arena at the ocean in the last 10 hours for fighting the Dread Nautilus and other Blood Moon enemies, and staring at it, I felt it would be a good idea to throw down another layer of platforms. I grabbed my potions, checked out the Haru Hotel, which I built in the last 10 hours, and then spent some time forgetting I had a bass statue at the ocean. I wanted to make sure I had every advantage for the battle, and I wanted a bass statue at the ocean, but I'd forgotten there was one already there. Didn't realize this until after I had checked several arenas already. Could I have simply moved what I currently had and returned it to where it was after beating Duke? Well, yes, but I don't trust myself to actually remember to do that. And so, the arena ready, it's time to fight Duke Fishron, a boss I have never beaten in Hardcore before.
All right, final phase, final phase. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Hey, easy.
You might be tempted to think I'm counting off Duke's dashes for the sake of filling the void of silence that surrounds us, but no, I count moves like this out loud as a way to remind myself of what is happening. Try this, I swear it helps with bosses, in particular ones you're struggling with. Counting in your mind is one thing, but actually verbalizing those thoughts and announcing the pattern turns on the part of my brain that knows how to actually react to those patterns. It helps with dodging, is what I guess I'm trying to say, because it cuts down on the reaction time between me thinking a thought and my fingers pressing the keys needed to actually dodge. Of course, being the potion optimizer that I am, I fought Duke Fishron on repeat for 3 more battles. What am I looking for? The Fishron wings, of course. These took forever to drop in the 1 year series, and after 4 Duke Fishrons, I'm starting to worry that'll be the case here as well. At the same time though, it's not like I'm in any rush, and Fishron hasn't come too close to killing me yet, so I should be safe to farm him as much as I want as long as I don't get too comfortable. The Betsy wings I acquired a while ago are great and all, one of the best wings in the game, but they are best for horizontal movement in air, not vertical, and I'm going to want the vertical movement to dodge the Moonlord's laser. Now you might be thinking, Corbin, you fool, you have the Rod of Discord, just use that to dodge the laser. And that's a fair point, but you see, I suck at remembering I even have this thing, and when I do, it's often in a panic and I end up teleporting myself into a worse situation than I was before. So I'm going to stick with my mind of a steel trap and keen sense of timing to dodge the big laser. Having killed Duke 4 times, it was time to grab more potions and resume farming. I remember fighting Duke as a mage for the year series, and I'd experimented with fighting him with a flying dragon sword I'm using right now. Back then I wasn't very very impressed with it, but now I'm quite satisfied. Maybe I forgot to use damage potions last time, because when those ran out, there was definitely a noticeable difference. Large enough that it's almost hard to believe a Wrath Potion only increases damage by 10%, and sure, Rage Potion ups critical strike by 10% as well, but by Jones, I would never have expected there to be such a leap. I ended up killing Duke Fishron 4 more times without running into any trouble and still hadn't gotten my hands on a pair of Fishron wings. Ever since entering hard mode, my luck has been catastrophically bad. I think in the first 20 hours, I was talking about how insanely lucky I was, and indeed, I really was lucky back then, but that was a long time ago and has since vanished, and I've been stuck here with my black cat under a ladder and a broken mirror for the past 50 hours. I had also attempted to use the Flare-On in the 8th battle and was not impressed. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who love this weapon, and perhaps it's hard to compare anything fairly to the Flying Dragon, considering it's one of the best swords in the game, but I was able to get the Flying Dragon right after taking down Plantera. Though I guess I could have technically fought Duke Fishron first. Now that I think about it, when are you supposed to defeat 3rd tier Old One's army? Like, what is that supposed to happen? Because I was able to take it down immediately upon killing Plantera, so maybe I got a bit farther ahead than you're supposed to? Either that or the weapons from Betsy are just a little busted, which is not a complaint, by the way, not at all. I never want to see these things nerfed even a little bit. I love the sword, I love the dragon, and nobody should ever touch them. 8 Fishrons killed and no wings and no more truffle worms. Time to farm for more. The little glowing mushroom of mine has mysteriously high spawn rates for these worms. Their spawn rates I often find to be rather hit or miss in most glowing mushrooms, with them sometimes being quite common and other times being nowhere in sight. But for one reason or another, they are quite plentiful in this particular glowing mushroom biome, and there's not even a second layer to this thing, which I would have assumed would make truffle worm spawning easier. If there's one thing I am lucky on in hard mode, it would have to be the truffle worm spawns, and well, I don't really need that one, if anything. Also, lacewings. I've casually picked up a few here and there as I've wandered about the world, so that's been nice. Another Duke farming session, and I am a little off my game. Where I was rarely hit during the first 8 battles, these ones I am being hit rather frequently. Silly mistakes and a failure to keep track of where tornadoes are spawning, and I'm sweating the possibility of actually being put in a dangerous situation. But after 4 more kills, I never fell below half health. And Duke Fishron still hadn't dropped Fishron wings. And I feel like I should explain half health really quickly for those less initiated or those who don't understand the implications. After all, it's a whopping half of my health. How could I be in much danger? Well, you see, my friend, in master mode, many enemies can clear half of your health in a single shot. So being at half health essentially means you're one hit from death in many cases. On top of that, my armor has a set bonus where these beetles float around. If there's 3, I have 45% damage reduction, 2 for 30, 1 for 15. Every time I'm hit, a beetle will disappear, and they'll slowly regenerate if I avoid being hit. So if I've done a poor enough job at dodging to be brought to half of my health, there's a high likelihood I also have no beetles, meaning my damage reduction is gone and enemies will hit harder than they did before for the first half of my health. I do have the Frost Shield that erects a barrier reducing damage by 25% when I'm below 50% of my health, and this might save me, but I'm not willing to bet on it. With all that said, I killed Duke Fishron 4 more times, bringing my total up to 12, and I got my hands on the Fishron wings. Nice. Just have to reforge them at the Goblin Tinkerer, who at this point has probably robbed me of about 50 platinum this run, but thankfully, he is in a cheery mood and gives me warding on the 6th reforge. What a nice fellow. But now that Duke Fishron has been put in his place and all of his drops have been collected, the Martian invasion is waiting me. And I'm too scared to go straight into battle, so I instead distract myself with other activities like another fishing quest, mining this meteor I stumbled across when I was totally just aimlessly wandering around the surface of the world, twiddling my thumbs as I sweat the Martians. It was the time of day for lacewings to spawn, so I went out and captured a grand total of 1. I then figured a good use of my time would be hunting red devils for the Trident magic weapon drop. Considering how I've been running melee this entire run, and I don't intend on ever switching, this was clearly the best move I could have made. Ooh! Oh! Okay. Always pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Don't get distracted. That was me, almost dying while farming for a weapon I have no intention of ever using. But I did get something that was quite valuable for me. I got a hot dog. Oh, I got a hot dog.
Woo! American man!
And not much later, the trident actually dropped.
I got the trident. All right, we're done. We're done. Good. Nah, we're good. But I do got a hot dog. I got a hot dog. I love it. I love how the hot dog with the mustard is 1 pixel a piece. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This sprite here is 3 mustards. This is 2 mustards. I have been ripped off.
The number of pointless things I've been noticing recently is kind of insane. Dynasty lanterns are 1 pixel too small, the sprites for the hot dog in the inventory, and what's shown visually are inconsistent. The relics move at just the same rate as deep breathing, which I guess I realized last 10 hours. These are all valuable discoveries. I have provided the Terraria community this precious knowledge nuggets that they never knew they needed. Maybe I should take up TerraSteel's useless Terraria fact series or something if I keep finding more pointless facts like this. I fished for more variated lard fish in the jungle because I was starting to run a little low on summon potions, and okay, enough stalling. It's time to fight the Martians, and this is where I'd put my Martian probes, if I had any. I am not joking when I say I literally spent 37 minutes waiting for one of these bloody probes to spawn. Relogic, YouTubers, viewers, somebody, anybody, explain to me how Martian probes work. This 37 minutes waiting period is not abnormal for me. I've tried all the optimizations before, waiting the perfect, upper third of the world or something. I'm high enough for them to spawn. I've seen them here before. I know that much. I've used battle potions and water candles in the past, although I'm currently not using a battle potion for fear of it being active while the actual invasion starts and being so overwhelmed by a bunch of aliens and forgetting to deactivate the battle potion. But still, 37 minutes feels a little absurd. There's gotta be a better way of doing this. Relogic, I beg of you, add a wandering spaceship or something, similar to the Goblin Scout that drops little pieces that can be used to make a summon for the Martian invasion. Heck, I just about never get enough tattered cloth with a Goblin summon, but it's an option, and at this point, I need one of those options for the Martians. Eventually, I figured I'd try flying in a straight line rather than chilling on a broom over the ocean, and this is when a probe finally spawned. Don't know if movement helped or if being away from the ocean was the key, but whatever the case, the Martians are here.
Just okay. You know what? Oh, I'm too scared of the Martians. I don't want them to be around here at all. Okay, though we got to keep a sharp eye out for Martian Saucer. In fact, let's actually switch those. That way I can get quick horizontal speed if need be. I don't need vertical so much when I'm fighting Martians. This is also got to make sure we get rid of all the gosh darn Tesla coils so they don't hit us out of nowhere and hit us and put that terrible debuff there is on us. I need to sweat the Martians. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got our first saucer. Okay, I am so nervous. Right, rockets. Okay, and then yeah, okay, so it's laser. And then laser spread. And then rockets are out. So it's got nothing. Okay, so we got laser. Then laser spread. Then moves. Okay. Go. And left. And right. And left. Right. Left. Right. Something hit me. Left. Right, left, and right. Okay. All right, we got a saucer. It's not done yet. Don't get carried away. Okay, there it is. All right. So long as we're able to keep a rhythm and no other enemies ruin that rhythm, we'll be totally fine. And nice. Hey, we even got the trophy. Sick. Oh. Really, I've loved it if you had camped out underneath the Nimbus clouds. That would have been. Oh! 109 damage. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, that was way too close. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm falling a little low. Now this is. Okay. Where's it? Okay, there it is. The laser. Next up is the laser spread. I need to actually dodge it. Okay, rocket launch. Then, yep, there we go. Oh! Okay, okay. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Ooh, a little off, a little off. Come on, line back up, line back up. Come on, come on. Please die, please die. Please die, come on. Okay, get the hearts, get the hearts. Okay. Please no more saucers, please no more saucers. Oh, there's another one. Alright, alright, alright. I'll fight it on this side though. This side we got a little more backup. Alright, here comes second phase. Drop and let it come this way. Good. Okay, it does seem that we can actually outrun it, so that's good. Can we run it? Oh, can we just outrun on the... Oh, no, 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 we can't. Oh, oh, too close, too close. Okay, it's just safer doing it this way. Safer doing this way. This will clear it. There we go. Whew. Okay.
That sigh of relief was the sound of my every nerve calming, my every muscle loosening. The Martians have officially been defeated. 4 saucers had been taken down. It was close at one point, scarily close, but we came through in the end. That last saucer also dropped the Xenostaff, which had me a little tempted, but I'm not sure it's better than the Desert Tiger. I mean, this thing has really good damage and has really strong targeting. I guess I hardly ever use the Martian summon, but I'm confident that the Tiger is better. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. Now, one benefit of the Martian invasion is that they drop the Martian conduit plating. Something I don't think I have ever seen anybody do is use these platforms for arenas, probably because by the time you get these things, you already have your every arena you'll ever need. But you see, during my Calamity Get Fixed Boy run, we ended up needing to expand an arena late into the game, and on a whim, I figured I'd use these blocks for platforms. What other use could they possibly have? It was then that I discovered these are actually a very advantageous material to make arenas out of. Martian platforms have a soft glowing effect that allows them to stand out even during the night. I still place torches because they give even more light, but torches don't reach everywhere unless you really light the place up, and using Martian platforms is a way to ensure you don't lose sight of the arena in the darker areas. Is it a very minute difference? Yes, but I stand by it. With the Martians down, I started flying about, pondering whether I wanted to fight them again, purely in an effort to get more Martian plating. As I did, I stumbled upon this Axolotl in a lake. It's technically a turtle, I just have a texture pack that turns them into an Axolotl. I caught the thing and put it into an aquarium for the fun of it. I didn't have a good place to put him though, and ended up slapping him down in the dark tunnels I mined much earlier as a place to put banners. I decided to place Diamond Gemspark walls behind the aquarium, and now he stands out wonderfully, and this put in my mind that I wanted to start collecting animals. And what better place to collect animals than the notoriously dangerous jungle? I love the new birds they added in 1.4.4. I love the parrots. I've been wanting them in the game forever. So, okay, legitimately, I want these here. This isn't sarcasm. I roamed around the jungle a bit, collecting a few birds, but mostly bugs because the birds weren't spawning, and avoiding the tortoises and hurtlings like the plague, lest one of them get in a lucky shot and kill me while I'm just trying to make a zoo. After collecting the first batch, I made the area they'll be staying in, which doesn't look nearly as nice as the one with the Axolotl, but that cage benefits from not being transparent, so the walls behind it don't shine through. And you won't believe what happened after this. Okay, hear me out. I have an idea for decorating my massive arena, so it'll look neat during the epic final Moonlord fight, you know? Assuming I actually get there. My idea requires a living wood wall. But wouldn't you know, you can't make a living wood wall without a living loom. No problem. I have plenty of living trees and definitely found a living loom earlier in the game. And you'd be correct in thinking that. But I'm pretty sure I even said in one of the earlier videos where I did find one that I viewed it as nothing more than an easy source of more money and sold it. So now I have no living loom. So how am I going to make a living wood wall if I've removed my only living looms from the world and can't craft a new one? Well, I consulted the wiki. I know, a rare move on my part. According to the wiki, a living loom can be purchased from the steampunk if a leaf wand is in my inventory. Great, I stole the chance. But here's the rub. I trashed that thing alongside the living loom at the start of the game. But you can get a leaf wand from shaking trees, so there's still a chance. The wiki just says there's a low chance of a leaf wand dropping from a tree, which isn't very specific, but I got to chopping trees. I caught a golden bird along the way. His name is Stuart, and I've officially chopped down every single tree in the world. I did use the axe to regrow so they can come back, but one round of worldwide logging and no leaf wand is a bit disheartening. I did, however, get the mahogany leaf wand. Hopefully, literally any form of leaf wand would work. I checked with the steampunk and she's not selling the living loom, but she does have 2 crafting stations I totally forgot existed. And one of them is used to make steampunk furniture, which actually looks pretty cool. The other is for fleshy furniture, and I don't need that in my life. She also sold treadmills, and you know those moving walkways they have at airports, and it feels like you're sprinting past the plebeians walking on the regular floor when you're walking on one of those? Well, I wondered if the same concept applied with these treadmills. Would running on them be even faster than asphalt? It would turn out that the answer is a wholehearted no. In fact, I'm pretty sure it didn't increase my speed at all. Very disappointing. Of course, none of those fun distractions were a leaf wand, so I started doing things I have never done before. First, I made a tree farm, a Terraria first for me. Second, I made fertilizer, another first for me. I then applied said fertilizer to the trees, watching them miraculously sprout into fully mature cedars in an instant. And after blasting through almost 80 fertilizer, I had run out and still no leaf wand. So, another Terraria first. I spent 5 minutes sitting on a toilet, having a continuous bowel movement until enough poo had accumulated to make another 100 fertilizer, which also didn't get me a leaf wand. It is at this point that I have literally spent an hour chopping down trees in an effort to get my hands on this one item that spawned naturally into the world, and I foolishly threw away thinking I wouldn't be building in a hardcore run. I ended up abandoning the leaf wand. Maybe I'll go for casually getting it just to see whether or not the living loom is in fact sold by the steampunk, as I'm not sure I actually believe the statement from the wiki, nor do I remember if I was looking at the official or the fandom one. And so I decided to just get to work on the new style for the arena. First up are the towers made of bamboo fence, large bamboo wall painted gray, and dynasty wood and shingles on the top. They look quite nice. I spent quite a while building more of these towers and chopping more trees in an effort to get that leaf one. At this point I don't really need it, but I'm just curious if I can buy it, okay? I guess I just said that earlier, but whatever. I'm still not getting one, unfortunately, and I started decorating the little zoo just a little bit. I also added gemspark walls into the arena to add more light. Not sure it's a whole lot more helpful, but I'm going to convince myself that it is. This whole time, I'm wondering whether or not I wanted to summon the Martian invasion again. The thing is that I still need the influx waiver for the Zenith. I'm not sure I'm going to actually make that, or if we'll just wrap things up right after Moonlord dies, but if I do, I will have to fish in the Sky Islands and get a Sky Crate, which can be quite difficult if a wyvern decides to spawn in while fishing, and it could kill me assuming I equip the angler armor set. Still not sure. I decided I would cleanse a bunch of crimson from the world. Didn't cleanse the underground crimson that spawned in hard mode, but did remove the crimson biomes that started when the world, the ones that generated then. With the final 2 hours, I messed around a bit. I placed a bunch of water in the Aether to collect Ethereum blocks. I placed a few in the hollow fishing hole, some above the zoo, and a few others down the tunnel to the tree farm and the Haru Hotel, and then redecorated the main house, primarily just removing the plain stone wall. And then I thought it would be a good idea to connect my relic collection with the arena, so if I'm fighting a boss in the lower section, I won't suddenly fall off. I also spent a chunk of time hunting down lacewings in preparation for the next 10 hours. This is definitely going to be a harder part of the series to fill. We've run out of just about all of our progression markers. We got everything we're going to use against Moonlord with the exception of a weapon, I guess, but I can't get armed with solar gear until the pillars, of course, and we're not in that phase of progression. Despite all this, these 10 hours are not actually going to be the nice, easy, breezy walk in the park that I had originally hoped they would be. The Empress of Light must be taken down, as I have beaten every boss up to this point, and I beat her 51 times in the 1 year series, so I'm not all that scared of losing to her, but what I am scared of is becoming too complacent and thinking that I'm in the home stretch and dying due to not paying attention. Part of the reason for that fear is that I'm strongly considering collecting all the pieces of the Zenith so I can make it at the very end, and to do that, I'll have to do some sky fishing where the wyverns flock and the Martian madness farming. So the Martians in the last 10 hours, they made me quite scared and put me in a bad position for at least one moment, so the idea of thrusting myself into a battle with them again does not sound fun, but I've pretty much decided this is what's going to happen. Before we get to the farming though, we're going to jump right into the boss battle.
Goes immediately with that attack. Okay, what do we want to call the? Sorry, we really gotta watch out for the skill attacks. Those can actually do a lot of damage. We have circles, followed quickly by those. Okay, melee. No, this. Oh, ouch. Okay, got hit twice. You got hit twice. Okay. Then those, followed by that. Followed by melee. Okay, maybe the pattern alternates a little bit. So you have circle followed by those things. Gotta do a little bit better dodging it next time. Ouch. Fine, we're not taking too much damage. Not too much. Okay. Wow, I cannot predict what's going to come next. I can only react. But all of her attacks give enough time between when the attack is actually launched and when it's coming in my direction that I have time to dodge. Wow, Empress of Light used to be just absolutely unbeatable for me. Fighting her 50 times on 1 year, 1 world really did wonders for me. I need to remove that rope so I don't clasp to that. Oh, all right, and this. Okay. Oh, those are home. Up and over. Then we go underneath. Okay, that wasn't quite the right one, but it worked. Okay, now this one gets the melee. Isn't so bad. It's a little bit slower than when I was mage. Like, it takes a little bit longer to kill her. But you know what? It is significantly safer and thus easier. Don't want to forget to use the Twisted Branch. That is just so fast. It's so good. I won't be able to actually kill her very many times, considering how low we are. Even with extra damage potions, there we are!
1 Empress down and no Starlight, so we're going to go straight into the second battle. Killing her is so much easier when running a melee build, but at the same time the fight was significantly longer, and I suppose I'd much rather be safe rather than quick, but the problem with this is that the battle was taking so long that I would glance at the clock or the moon and start to sweat. The thought of it turning to day before the battle ended. If that happened, then she would absolutely one-shot me, although it's possible I could dodge well enough for long enough, but I ain't running that risk of allowing the boss to enter that state. And no, I am absolutely not going to fight Daytime Empress. You just put that out of your head. I have not come this far just to throw it all away. I realized after the second battle that I now have the Soaring Insignia. Totally forgot this was even an accessory, and it's quite the helpful one indeed. Reforging was stupidly expensive, so I left it as armored rather than going for warding. I'm never sure about replacing my Terrace Bark boots with the Soaring Insignia, but it really does just work at this point in progression. The only problem with this is that I no longer walk on liquids, nor am lava immune, and considering how my home is surrounded by lava and I've grown accustomed to walking on top of it, I'll have to be careful I don't end up jumping into that lava. It's not a lot of damage at this point, but I just don't need to add any extra damage on top of anything else that is already being done, especially if I start fighting the Martians later, which is what I figured I'd actually do next. In the last 10 hours, I waited for a whopping 37 minutes for one of these probes to spawn, and after flying around for 4 minutes, I shook my head and figured I'll just focus on farming the Empress of Light. I really want the Starlight Sword from Empress. I've heard some people suggest it's one of the strongest melee weapons in the game. I've never found a use for it, but I've also never run melee in a run where I also killed the Empress of Light. Well, I guess other than the 1 year series, but I was running mage in that one anyways. Also, when the Terrorblade is sitting right there and is more than viable for the endgame, I've never seen much of a point, but considering how the battles have gone pretty well, I was not afraid of farming the boss until I got what I was after. And hey, maybe I'll even get the Stellar Tune while I'm at it. But I am not killing her 51 times like in the year series, okay? That's not going to happen. During the second fight of the night, I was running into a dangerous situation. I was taking a whole lot more hits, I was way out of rhythm, and part of the reason for that is I was terrified of the morning. See, during the first boss fights, I drank another round of Wrath and Rage potions near the end to make sure I could kill her in time, but I didn't bring backups to these 2 potions in this battle, meaning of course that I was taking a little longer to kill the Empress. During the first battle, they were active, but they quickly ran out of time during the second battle of the night, and I was terrified my damage output would no longer be sufficient. This led me to pushing the offensive a bit harder than I likely needed. The only way I could push that offensive, of course, was to fly close enough to Empress to deal true melee damage, but considering how much she moves and how a lot of her attacks shoot projectiles around or straight out of her main body, this often led to me being hit. I ended up needing to play more defensively after becoming too aggressive, making me even more nervous about not killing her in time, but thankfully, I was able to, and still no Starlight. Before returning to the Empress, I did a little housekeeping. For one, I visited the ocean, and I can honestly say I have no idea why I came here. I know there was a very specific purpose, and I've been racking my brain to remember why, but for the life of me, I can't remember. The other chore was double-checking the Crimson biomes I had cleansed previously. Wanted to make sure that they were not spreading, and sure enough, they were not. I'm not going to try and bring this world down to 1%, and I know I should say 0, but you never get 0. I'll never be able to do that by any means, probably. But hey, having every small portion of the Crimson removed from the world feels like an accomplishment. I slept to the next night, which was a blood moon, so I used my moon dial to get to a different night and then killed the Empress 2 more times. There's still no Starlight to speak of, and no, I also haven't gotten the Stellar Tune. It's been 6 victories so far, so my odds aren't necessarily awful at this point, but they're right about where my PTSD from fighting the Empress 51 times is going to drive me absolutely insane. Empress has better not hold out on me in hardcore. I'd collected 9 lace wings in the hours before Empress was unlocked and thought for sure that was more than I'd need, but now I'm down to 3. I slept 1 more day away, killed Empress 2 more times, and still no Starlight. Words cannot express just how frustrated I am right now. I figured I'd get this thing after maybe 2 or 3 battles, but now I've been forced to kill this thing 8 times, and worse yet, I only have 1 more lace wing left, and collecting lace wings is a pain. I could bet on the 1 remaining dropping the treasure bag, but considering how I can fight 2 a night, I figured I'd use the next night to collect more lace wings. The only problem with collecting these things is that they are often stupidly rare, and most nights I can only catch 1 to 3. I still don't understand these things. The last time I had to farm for a bunch of lace wings, I had a whole load of people talking about how often they catch twice as many lace wings on any given night than I do, like 4 or 5 or 50. Blood moons, water candles, battle potions, all of these combined can apparently reap a great bounty of lace wings. And even when I tried it in the year series, sure, I might catch more, but I think that the most I ever found in a single night was 6 or 7. But of course, in hardcore, I don't really want to increase spawn rates, at least not that much, and I'm not going to summon a blood moon. So I'm stuck with low, and by low, I mean regular spawn rates, and you cannot tell me you find even 4 of these things in one night ever. No, you cannot tell me that. Maybe, well, okay, maybe there's like a rare exception, but you cannot do that on a regular basis. There's no way. I even tried hanging out on the platforms above the hollow because apparently that helps or something, like when the ground is just out of sight. And I honestly have no idea if that's true or not, as I don't really see that much of a difference. Sometimes it seems to work, but other times it doesn't. So I don't know if it's actually doing anything. I'd collected a few more lace wings though at this point, but instead of continuing the Empress farming, I figured I'd fly around the space layer a bit and search for a Martian probe. To my surprise, 5 minutes later, one actually appeared.
Okay. Go. Wow, they immediately did a good chunk of my health. All right. Okay. I almost don't want the saucer to spawn, but I need it for the influx waiver. We're almost at 40%. I haven't seen a single saucer. Where are the saucers? Oh, there's one. Oh my goodness, that came out of nowhere. Left. Right. Right, I can just stay flying. Left. I don't have to land. I don't have to land. I don't have to land. Right, okay. Whew. I didn't get what we wanted though. Actually, can I just do this? I can just do this. Okay, this works. Works. And then there's no other Martians up here. There we go. That's good. That's good. No more Martians up here. You can just focus on the saucer. Unless I come to a floating island. In which case, I might have a problem. Starting to get some banners, so that's really, really good if I want to keep doing this. Fly high enough for them to despawn. Hey.
Martians defeated a second time. I am once again uneasy about initiating the event. 7 saucers and no influx waiver, and considering how absolutely awful my luck has been since entering hard mode, I'm starting to think it might be a dumb idea to continue farming for a weapon when I have to deal with an event that has come close to killing me twice. I guess the second time wasn't as close as the first time, but it made me quite uneasy. The whole thing ended right about at the time the lace wings spawned too, and sure, I have 3 lace wings, but I'm going to farm a few more now instead of fighting. I see the writing on the wall. I understand how Terraria RNG works. I'm going to have to fight this thing a lot, aren't I? Well, I fought Empress 2 more times the next night, and she still didn't drop the Starlight. We're in for the long haul, boys. Okay, I caught a few more lace wings the following night, and then slept the day away to fight and kill Empress once again.
Stellar Tune before I got the stupid sword? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? So help me!
Terraria, I will uninstall you. I know you're doing this on purpose. You just hate me, and you're trying to drive me in. Well, it's working. This Terraria, so help me. I killed Empress again, and can you guess what? Don't know Starlight. Is the sword really worth it at this point? I seriously have my doubts, but I'm deep into the sunk cost fallacy, and I'm well beyond the point of no return. I have to do this. Nobody will stop me. The only problem is that my potion supply has taken quite the hit. I caught more Lacewings and killed Empress 2 more times, bringing my kill counts all the way up to 14. I caught Lacewings, I slept, I fought Empress the 15th time.
And, oh, finally! All right, let's try it.
At long last, I had the Starlight, and of course this meant I had to put it to the test. Again, I've been told it's one of the best swords in the game, if not the best true melee weapon I could ask for. And so I fought Empress, switching between the Starlight and Flying Dragon, and initially was quite happy. The Starlight did do more damage, but then it occurred to me. I was basing the damage output on the range projectile of the Flying Dragon only. What would happen if I got into true melee range though? Roughly around where I would need to be in order to use the Starlight in the first place. Well, as it would turn out, the Flying Dragon did even more damage than the Starlight when it came to true melee. In utter shock, I made a dummy after the battle to confirm. Sure enough, the Flying Dragon does more damage in true melee range than the Starlight does. The Starlight has longer reach, but come on, it's not that much more. Plus, the Flying Dragon shoots a piercing projectile that gives the Hellflame debuff and moves through blocks. There simply is no competition. The rare situation I would need the little extra reach is basically non-existent. So this sword, I killed Empress 15 times or just hangs on a wall now. I do suppose, though, I will no longer be fighting Empress. She should be well behind me, and so I flew around the skies waiting for a probe and couldn't get one to spawn, so I figured I'd get the Zenith ingredients I no longer had due to accidentally selling it a bit earlier in the run. Of course, I'm talking about the Star Fury. I'm still working on that, Socrates, all right? I'm still working on it. I'm coming for you. The only way I can get another one of these bad boys is by fishing in the Sky Lakes. I was quite scared of doing this with Angler armor because it doesn't exactly have a whole lot of defense, and I might be slow to realizing a wyvern is about to kill me and die. How did I get around this? Well, I just equipped the lava-proof tackle bag to my main build that actually had defense and fished like that. Yes, it was a much simpler solution than I made it out to be. I must say though, I was looking for sky crates, but you don't get sky crates in hard mode. They've been upgraded.
Azure? Oh, that's cool.
And after not too long, I got my hands on a new Star Fury. Now, I could try and kill some more Martian saucers, but that didn't really interest me at the moment, so I got to work on some prep for the next 10 hours. What prep could I do, though? Well, I thought it might be a good idea to create a platform that spanned the entire world. These platforms could be used when fighting the pillars, either as a perch to shoot from, or a place to retreat to, or even just a highway to get to them quickly. This platform could also function as part of the Moonlord arena. Previously, I'd built an asphalt highway across just over half of the left side of the map, and although I understand why people like this, I don't see myself actually using the thing. I'll just stick with my mounts and call it a day. So I started mining the asphalt, and the pixel combined with the Fennec creation and a mining potion allowed me to mine this thing super fast, and this is one of the most satisfying things in Terraria. I need someone to make a video or short about most satisfying things in Terraria. I'd watch it. A lot. With the asphalt gone, I made Martian platforms, which I think are an underrated platform option for arena building, but I also understand why nobody ever uses them, considering how late in the game you get them. The few platforms I was able to make from the conduit plating I had collected didn't get me too far either, so I got to work on crafting thousands of wooden platforms. Good thing I've been farming wood, I guess. And so I began the hour-long process of placing 2 layers of platforms across the entire expanse of this large world, with a small exception of the very edges, as these are primarily meant for the pillars and they don't spawn out that far. I also need to ensure that no matter which path I took, I wouldn't fall off of these platforms, so I built around some of the pre-established arenas, so no matter which path I took or from which direction, I didn't run the risk of falling off. Simply placing the platforms wasn't enough either, or there were minecart tracks that occupied some of the space, and considering how rarely I use them and they almost led to my death against Skeletron Prime, I decided to remove them entirely. But that wasn't it either. I also painted all the platforms with illuminant painting so I could easily see them at night. I didn't think about this until building on the second half of the world, so unfortunately, I'll need to go back and paint the rest of them, but on the bright side, the Fennec creation allowed me to place and paint at the same time for about half of the arena. While doing this, I chopped down a tree or two just because, and it was then that I came across a rather strange discovery.
Wait, what? Wait, the axe of regrowth is a paintbrush? Wait, what? Wait, why is it using paint? Relogic, explain!
For reasons I cannot hope to explain, the axe of regrowth would use the illuminant painting when slung on a planted dirt block, like dirt that has a grass seed in it. But why? Can anybody explain this? I tried painting the platforms and other things to the axe with no success. It was just these blocks. Why is it doing this? I should try this with other axes sometime. Somebody please explain. With all the platforms placed, I figured I'd try to fight the Martians again. And if you see my last video, you know that I waited 37 minutes to get the first one to spawn. And this time I waited over 20 and still didn't get a single probe. I'm just, somebody, I need you to explain this. I recorded and made this video before the last one released, so maybe one of you has already answered this question. But where are the probes? How do you get these to spawn? And are we just not supposed to be able to fight these things when we want? Should I just sit here for an hour hoping for the spawn condition of the most dangerous events I can fight to fly by in the likely vain hopes that the boss of said event will drop the sword I am after during a run where I have had some of the worst luck in my Terraria career? The answer to that, of course, would be absolutely. So I waited for another 40 minutes just flying around. That is an actual hour when combining the two. And I was flying around the space layer waiting for one of these stupid probes to spawn. So in total, between 2 sessions, like I just meant an hour long. Relogic, you need another final update, please. Can we get something that spawns the Martians manually? Even if you need to farm for the first probe like I'm doing right now. And the summon is crafted from something like the Martian plating or whatever, something that the Martians drop. If I wasn't doing a 100 hours run, I would never in a million years wait for this thing to come. On the bright side, I guess, a whole bunch of wyverns were spawning and I killed so many of them that I'm pretty close to getting a banner, and I've never actually gotten a wyvern banner before, so that sounds like something I should do. Now, a probe did finally stop by and the whole fight went considerably smoother than the first time. Only 3 Martian saucers spawned instead of 4 like last time. I didn't fall beneath half my health and the influx waiver obviously did not drop, so I'm going to have to go through the whole thing again if I want the gosh darn sword. So I started flying around space once more, but before the probe spawned, my 50th wyvern appeared.
Yes. 50 wyverns! Oh. Look at that. It looks like a seahorse. Why does it look like a seahorse? It's actually kind of disappointing, but I also love it.
I spent like a solid half hour after that banner just collecting gem critters in the Aether biome. I don't know why I wanted to do this. I know there's easier ways to farm them too, where you don't run the risk of them shimmering themselves, but I don't feel like building another housing unit underground, so this is just what I'm going to have to deal with. Ended up with most of the critters, but no diamond ones. I know at least one of them spawned though, because it shimmered itself before I even saw it, so that was quite unfortunate. And now, you may notice that there's a lot more relics here. Well, the 9th hour of recording was actually lost due to OBS crashing, and I hate this so much because you see, I fought the Martians again, and I almost died. An influx waiver dropped after the first saucer, so I was very happy, and things were going very well. But then in the middle of fighting another saucer, because you have to, kill them in order to end the event, a stray laser from some Martian hit and confused me in the exact moment the saucer was using its laser, causing me to ram directly into it. I didn't even know the Martians could inflict confusion, or else I would have switched to the Ong shield. The debuff was so confusing that I nearly died to the saucer and only survived by retreating to my base, which made the second phase saucer despawn and a first phase one take its place, and the first phase saucer is a whole lot less deadly when confused. I also realized I didn't have the Horseman's Blade, so I fought the Pumpkin Moon, and to my relief, the sword dropped on the first pumpkin, but then I also realized I didn't have the Seedler, and that brings us to the final hour, because these Plantera relics you see here, none of them dropped a Seedler, so I spent a good chunk of my final hour just farming the plants until it finally dropped the last sword I needed to collect the Zenith pre-Moonlord. And that wraps up 90 hours in Master Mode Hardcore. We're actually heading to the final 10 hours, and of course, we'll have the pillars to deal with, and those things are the absolute worst. There's some cheesing that can be done with them, but man, no matter how many times I fight these pillars, I swear there's more that I don't know about them, and I just can't afford to die after having come so far. What's worse is that I'm trying to make the Zenith, so I'm going to have to kill Moonlord multiple times. Beating him once, I can say that I have beat Hardcore Master Mode, I guess, but I won't be able to just wrap up the challenge after that unless I want to gamble on getting both the swords from a single bag, which I suppose is possible, but not with the luck I've been having. I never thought in a million years that I'd actually be standing here right now, poised to defeat the game in Hardcore Master Mode. I fully expected to have died at this point several times over. I was planning on this whole series becoming a multiple season long thing, but it's possible I'll win it right here, and even if I don't, I'm not sure I'd want to restart another 100-hour long run. This has been quite the long journey, but I must admit, the amount of downtime I've had has actually made the stress of hardcore a little easier to manage, but at the same time, that easing of tension makes me less alert to potential dangers, and that stresses me out more. It's a vicious cycle. Like I mentioned in the previous 10 hours, I believe the pillars will be the most dangerous part of this portion of progression. Moonlord is tough, but once you figure him out, he can be taken down easily enough with the right setup. My only problem is that every time the moment before Moonlord spawns, my mind goes blank and I forget who and where I am, but I'm confident it'll be fine this time. You know, hopefully. I figured I'd start off with the pillars right away, so I'd have plenty of time to slowly pick away at them in the safest way possible. Of course, before I can fight the pillars, I must first take down the lunatic cultist, who can be incredibly easy so long as you always hit the right clone, but can become quite dangerous when you slip up.
Do it. Wait, when did this get crimsoned? Oh, gosh darn it. I cleansed this so that I wouldn't have to deal with that. Okay, pay attention, pay attention. Okay, oh, that one. And that one. Ooh. Oh. Okay. That hardly did any damage. I'm fine, I'm fine. Ooh, okay. Oh. Okay, whew. Easy, boss. Easy. Oh. There we go. Okay. We're fine. There we go. Oh, get out. All right, we want to go to solar first. Solar's on our left. All right, let's go do that right away.
The solar pillar. Largely regarded as one of the most dangerous pillars by large portions of the Terraria community. Personally, I find it to be the second easiest of the pillars, and I'm sure there's plenty of Terraria veterans who feel the same, or might even say it's the easiest one. It's an interesting pillar in that knowing one single trick makes all the difference when fighting the thing. Unlike what I did right here, you need to stay on the ground. Crawltipedes are very fast and turn sharp corners, making them incredibly difficult to dodge once they've locked onto their target. However, you can avoid this targeting altogether by simply staying on the ground. This can be quite difficult for certain builds that lack knockback, but also because there are two enemies in particular that you become quite vulnerable to when you lock yourself to the ground. First is the Korite. These floating enemies move through blocks and ignore most of all knockback. This means that when you pin yourself to the ground, they become incredibly hard to dodge. Oftentimes, jumping or flying is your only option for escape. Then comes an enemy on nobody's radar, but they're just as dangerous as the legendary jungle killer, the Tortoise. This enemy is the Scroller, a name I've never heard before, and the one enemy I found myself fearing more than any other. These guys are pretty unassuming most of the time, but when they roll up into a ball, they'll launch themselves at you, once again ignoring just about all knockback. The damage from these things is staggering, and due to them not appearing to be a threat at first, their attacks would often sneak up on me. Crawltipedes, the enemy generally thought to be the biggest issue, is so large that it's easy to keep an eye on them and be aware of when to stay out of the skies. But another bipedal solar dude, like all the other ones, does not stand out enough to be a noticeable threat. I know this may be a strangely deep dive into the solar pillar, but this hardcore run was quickly teaching me where the true threats lie. I usually go into solar only thinking about the Crawltipedes, as I'm sure most Terraria veterans do, but I quickly learned the counterplay the Scroller and the Korite run against those of us who stick close to the earth. In a previous run, I accidentally found out that having a pillar of dirt can help cheese this thing massively, but that only worked because there was a dirt column inside the pillar's range, and I'm not going to try and build one of those while actively being attacked. This has taught me quite a renewed appreciation for the solar pillar. New players will struggle against this thing greatly, and every time I take this thing on, I am reminded of my early days with the game, constantly dying to the solar pillar, not knowing the secret to the Crawltipede. It makes sense so many people struggle with this one because once you know, and it becomes a bit easier, but if you don't know, it's brutal. And it makes me curious what I might learn when dealing with the other pillars, and I'm going to talk about them as well. I learned a strategy during a secret run I did a while ago, the video for which will come out this year probably, but who's to say? It was a collaboration, okay, I'm waiting. But anyways, the strategy was to, once the pillar shield fell, to use a weapon with infinite or very long range outside of the pillar's radius to kill the thing. This way I'm not running any risk other than the part where I flew on over to place a few Nimbus clouds because killing it with a chain gun and nano bullets was taking too long, but it mostly avoids the dangers. Solar pillar down, I made the daybreak, and with 57 platinum in hand, I got to reforging. I am looking for that legendary modifier, the best modifier available for melee weapons. I kept on getting superior and godly, which are great and all, but I want legendary. I was reduced to 19 platinum before I gave up on this venture. Yeah, 38 platinum sunk into this weapon just to not get the modifier I was after. And as it would turn out,
No way! You can't be legendary? No way! You're kidding! I thought it could get... What? For sure you could get on legendary. Oh! I just wasted so much money.
now that my bank account has been emptied, it's time to head on over to our next pillar, largely regarded as the easiest by new and veteran players alike, the Stardust Pillar. I went to this pillar next so I could have the Stardust Dragon for the other two pillars, which are the hardest ones in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to try and make the argument that Stardust is actually the hardest pillar, but low invaders can be a serious problem. I am constantly forgetting that they shoot their little baby invaders prior to their death, and those things are quite dangerous. That on top of Milky Weavers that ignore knockback and are almost as fast and agile as Crawltopedes, there are some real threats from Stardust, and I found myself lower on health than I ever was when taking on Solar.
Oh, right, potions. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa!
I would even need to stand aside after killing the enemies and use the shiny stone to quickly recover my lost health on several occasions. The thing about the Stardust Pillar that makes it the easiest though would be the Stardust Cells, of course. Even if you don't know the cheesing strategy for them, these things are easy fodder. And if you don't know the cheese, if you kill a Star Cell, it breaks into several chunks. If you allow these to regenerate, then killing a regenerated one will also count towards breaking the shield, so you could feasibly take down the pillar while only killing Star Cells. There's two problems I'll often face when attempting this though. Either I'll do so much damage that I constantly kill the cells on accident before they regenerate, or else I'll deal so little damage that I can't stop them from regenerating and end up being swarmed. It's definitely something where in hardcore you want to be certain you have the power to clear these things out if you end up with a large group of them. The weird thing is though, I was using the Daybreak figuring it was my best weapon, but then I found the damage output lower than expected, so I switched to the Flying Dragon. To my surprise, I found it to perform better in most situations. For one, it's easier to aim, and any weapon will be more effective when you can actually hit the target. It also pierces and has a good debuff, even if it's not nearly as good as the debuff of the Daybreak. The Daybreak does have an explosive effect, which can be great against crowds and does extra against single targets, I'm pretty sure, but overall, the Flying Dragon felt much more useful against the pillar enemies. Maybe the sword really is a tad bit too strong. I made the Stardust Dragon, of course, and before fighting any more pillars, it occurred to me I had this worldwide platform, but no heart lanterns or campfires along most of it. Using the tree mount from the Pumpkin Moon, I was certain I could move fast enough to place these passive buffs along the platform, even while running through the pillars. This might not have been the case as much with Stardust or Solar, but Nebula and Vortex, I was able to get around without any problem, and so the entire world had plenty of passive health regen boosters hanging around. Now on to the second most dangerous pillar, to my mind, but my experience with it recently has made me consider lifting it to the #1 spot. This is the Vortex Pillar, and Storm Divers in particular make this one a pain to deal with. Their fast movement and shotgun for a weapon make them tough to dodge. Fast vertical movement is all that's required, but timing their shotgun blasts is often difficult in the heat of the moment, or else when there's more than one of them targeting you. But you cannot ignore the Alien Queen with their ability to inflict one of the game's worst debuffs.
Uh-oh. Okay.
One hit from these things and retreating or death are your only two options. Your ability to move vertically is reduced to nothing unless you stop all horizontal movement, and even when you move up or down like this, it's very slow. In fact, this debuff, it would seem, is specifically designed to make you an easy target for the Storm Divers. Alien Queens are, however, the enemy you want around if you're looking to farm the Vortex Pillar. When Alien Queens die, they drop a few larvae that will grow into Alien Hornets. Hornets can be an easy kill to reduce a pillar shield, but if you leave Hornets alone, you can get more alien queens, who will then drop more larvae. Unlike star cells, however, they pose a real threat with that aforementioned debuff, and the babies don't explode and hover in the same general area as the adult like Stardust cells do. Rather, they explode outwards in random directions on the ground, oftentimes making it hard to even find where they landed if you're fighting other enemies as well. This makes it much easier, in my opinion, for alien queens to swarm you if you're not careful. Also, this is something I only learned very recently, but you know the shock clouds that'll spawn and shoot lightning at you? Well, those spawn immediately upon killing a Vortexian. I had never put those two things together, and knowing that makes it leagues easier to know when I'll have to dodge. After a few scares, I took down the Vortex Pillar and crafted a Vortex Beater, a great weapon to have on hand in case I need to really run far away from Moonlord. And now, this is the part where I was faced with quite a dilemma. In the last several episodes, I've been collecting pieces of the Zenith crafting recipe, thinking I'll try to make it, and because of my awful luck, I can't expect Moonlord to drop both swords on the first kill. This means I'll want to kill him sooner rather than later, so I have time to farm. At the same time, I'm sure some of you watching this would see me kill Moonlord and think, oh, guess he's won, it's over now, and decide to leave, and I need that sweet retention. I had considered waiting until near the end of these 10 hours before beating the last pillar and Moonlord, but I'm itching to do it right now, and who's to say how much more farming will have to take place after this fact. I might have to take on the pillars again, so here's the deal. I'm going to fight Nebula Pillar right now and challenge Moonlord, but you're not allowed to leave, okay? You're locked in. Keep in mind too, I need 100 hours to actually beat the challenge, not just kill Moonlord. So I might still die even after beating the final boss. Okay, now that you're obviously agreeing to my terms, I switched to the Unicorn mount, which I will be using instead of the branch against Moonlord. The Unicorn is faster than Moonlord, but not so fast he'll be teleporting a bunch to keep up, so yes, it's slow, but I think it's better for this fight, making it more predictable. This brings me to what has been my most feared pillar for quite a while, Nebula. I tried using the Daybreak for a while, but then ended up switching to the Flying Dragon. I wanted to believe the Daybreak was better, but the Flying Dragon was both easier to use and seemed to do more damage, so guess I didn't really need the Daybreak at all, or the 30 plus platinum I put into it. I'm still keeping it though. It was at least supposed to be one of the best free Moonlord weapons. Now Nebula Pillar is interesting because the Brain Sucklers are incredibly easy fodder. The Evolution Beasts and whatever the name of the standing things are also are not the hardest to deal with. It's mostly the floating eyes that make the pillar difficult. There are large health pools, constant teleporting, and hard to see lasers make them one of the worst pillar enemies to deal with in my opinion. Lately I've gotten better at reading and dodging them, but there aren't any real good strategies for dealing with them. One problem I often have with Nebula is the little spheres the Evolution Beasts shoot. They do high damage and home. They are also slow moving, which somehow makes them more dangerous because the slow movement makes your eyes less likely to notice the motion. There are times I'll be standing still and one of these will sneak up and hit me, dealing damage several times over without me even knowing what's happening. Keeping an eye out for these things is imperative. I also learned that Brain Sucklers can't go through platforms, so if these enemies do cause a problem for you, place a bunch of platforms over your head and they won't be nearly as much of a problem. I just can't promise that the other enemies won't then become more of an issue.
Get out, get out, get out. Get out, get out, get out. Okay.
After some struggling, I took down Nebula Pillar. So now Moonlord is going to spawn whether I want him to or not.
I'm not ready for this. Come on, spawn. There it is. All right, let's go. There you are. All right, there's the central eye. Slow down. Focus on it. Land and fly. There we go. Hit it again. All right, and start running. Okay. We're doing good. Already. We're doing good. Feeling good. All right, there's the eye. Hit it. All right, and fly. Woo, the Sky Island. Oh my goodness, I built that in the sky so it would be out of the way. All right, we gotta get far away from that so we don't run into an issue with it again. And here it comes. Okay, we'll keep going this direction so we don't hit that Sky Island again. I guess there's some other Sky Islands too. Oh, I should have removed all of those. I really just should have. Land and fly. Okay, hit it hard. Oh wow, this I need some damage. There it is. Yeah, that one desperately needs some damage dealt to it. Okay. Comes any second now. There it is. I just realized I have that equipped. There we go. Okay. Now we're better. Now we have infinite flight. Now we're fine. We won't have to worry about that. Okay, but want to be careful with that hand. We don't want to pop with that hand. Oh, we just did. Right, I have infinite flight now. We're fine. We have infinite flight. Okay, there goes that eye. Now we just need to hard focus this one. Where are you? There you are. Okay. We got this. Getting far enough away from the true eyes of Cthulhu. Feeling good damage. Almost popped it. We still have plenty of health. All right, there it goes. All right, it's just the core now. Need to get him into view here. Come on. Doing damage? Not really. Oh, ouch. Okay. Okay, we're still fine. We're fine on health. All right. Oh, over those. Okay. There we go. We keeping on him at a perfect distance. Oh, yes. All right. Here, let's use this. Maybe this will do more damage. Oh my goodness, that is so much better. That is doing so much better than the Daybreak. What the heck? I thought the Flying Dragon. Man, this is a good sword. Oh, I'm in the Sky Islands. Oh, I should go down. Oh, this is just kind of a low Sky Island. That's the problem. Okay, I should remove all the Sky Islands before doing this again, so I don't accidentally bump into one and die. Okay. Let's go. Hardcore Master Mode has officially been beat. It's been beat. Let's go. But remember our agreement. You got to stay here, all right? We're going to do some farming. Let's go.
And so we've actually beat Hardcore Master Mode, but not 100 hours of it. We still actually have quite a bit of time left, and I'm not out of danger yet. For now, I opened up the treasure bag, and sure enough, there wasn't a single sword. There was the Rainbow Crystal Staff, which is one of my favorites, and the Celebration, which is good and all, but I need the swords for the Zenith. I reforged the Starboard to Armored because I was, low on money after the whole Daybreak thing, and I have been wasting way too much money on the gosh darn Goblin Tinkerer. I could have made a few Celestial Sigils, but instead I wanted to fight the pillars again right off the bat. I'm going to need more solar fragments for the armor, so I don't think there would be a point in farming Moonlord when I couldn't really use the Luminite he dropped. So to get the pillars again, I fought the Lunatic Cultist once more, having a second perfect battle against him, despite having the endgame credits in the way the entire time. This is really making me want the option to turn these things off. They were legitimately a problem and would block my view of the cultist while I fought him, but I guess I should have just waited. Why do you vex me, Relogic team? This brings me to the unsavory task of killing the pillars once more, and I have next to no new gear. I do have the sentry, which is quite helpful, and the pillars only take half as long to destroy. This definitely made me a bit overly confident, and not as worried about dying as I should have been. I even forgot to drink my many potions. These oversights are the exact thing that ends hardcore runs every single time.
That took way too long for me to react to that. If I look back to the footage, oh my goodness. I probably just got lucky with a dodge there. I probably was dead. See? Kill Moonlord doesn't mean that you win.
Sure enough, looking back at the footage, I had gotten incredibly lucky with the dodge, considering how much damage Kraltipedes do and how low on health I was. If I had not gotten that dodge, I would be dead. If I did not have increased invincibility from the cross necklace, the entire run would have ended right there. This whole 100 hours challenge would have come to a close after having beaten Moonlord. I could have even left the game running in the background and done nothing after killing Moonlord, but no, here I am, trying to check even more boxes. Fears renewed, I continued, taking down the Stardust Pillar. I moved on to Vortex, and if you haven't noticed already, the pillars spawn in the exact same locations as they had last time, which is kind of convenient. I actually used the celebration a little bit for Vortex, curious if it was still good even without a ranger build, and was surprised of just how viable the rocket launcher is with a melee build. If nothing else, it's great for crowd control. This brings me to the Nebula Pillar, and remember how I said I often struggle to see the evolution beast's little homing orbs?
Oh, what? What's hitting me? Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness.
Dying to that would have been a little embarrassing, but I took down the pillar and Moonlord spawned in for the second time. Moonlord down 2 times. Will we actually get one of the swords? Did I get a sword? Yes, actually, I got one. I then crafted solar armor, but was confused by something. I checked the buff from the shield when it was fully charged, and it only gives me 30% damage reduction. I equipped the beetle armor, which only has 5 less base defense than solar, but it gives a 45% damage reduction buff. I was shocked. Does this mean beetle armor is better than solar? Well, depending on the circumstances, I'd argue yes. The thing with beetle armor is that the buff degrades every time you get hit, going from 45 to 30 to 15 after every hit. Solar, meanwhile, remains a steady 30. So solar is better if you're getting hit more often. It also benefits from dealing damage to enemies who touch you. However, if you are not being hit frequently, then the beetle armor is the obvious choice. So long as there's enough of a break between hits that the third beetle will regenerate, you'll maintain a constant 45% damage reduction. Even if you don't do great, and often only have 2 beetles, you will still benefit from the 30% damage reduction solar would give. I stuck with solar though because it grants 3 minor increases to regen, which probably makes it better in the end, but it's definitely more designed for those who are taking more hits. Like if you were dodging well enough to have the 45% damage reduction with beetle armor, you wouldn't need all this increased regen. But I guess solar also gives you more of a damage increase. Now, I still need the Meowmere, so I made a few sigils and got to killing the final boss of the game over and over. The starboard really does make Moonlord a whole lot easier to deal with, which I know is probably the purpose, but infinite flight that can zip around in all directions except down is really handy when fighting the Moonlord. The first one didn't drop the sword, so I tried it again and still had no luck. I did get another Star Wrath, which I was hoping would be shimmerable into the Meowmere, but had no shimmerable? I had no luck. That brought me to 4 Moonlords, and I was out of fragments with my last sigil. To my relief, the 5th Moonlord dropped the Meowmere.
That probably be the last boss relic.
This is probably every boss we will kill this run. We've done it. We have done it. At long last, I made the Zenith in 100 hours of hardcore master mode and decided to try and reforge it to legendary.
That's a lot of money.
Legendary, yes! Yes! Finally got lucky on a reforge. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, game. You want to know the funny part? I'm only at 92 hours, but I knew plenty of you wouldn't stick around if most of this video was me burning time. So we're just going to go over the highlights of the final 8 hours. I wanted to make a little bit of a trophy build or what have you, and I wanted to use Ethereum blocks since you can only get those en masse after acquiring the bottomless shimmer bucket post Moonlord. After harvesting the stuff, I created this thing. I'm not sure exactly what it is or what it represents, but it looks kind of alright and it will signify my victory. With most of my time after that thing, I thought I'd give a crack at purifying the world of the Crimson. I won't clean the hollow because I didn't stop its spread nearly as much as the Crimson, and a whole bunch of the hollow is in the underground desert, and I don't care if I have endgame gear. Dune splicers will still murder me. The only way that's getting purified is by destroying the entire desert from afar with the celebration. Oh wait, actually, wait a minute. That's actually kind of a fun idea, but that hadn't occurred to me yet. I started by using the drill containment unit to make uniform tunnels along the Crimson, with each tunnel being in view of the other, so that way there should be no room for error. I worked on purifying the Crimson, but sure enough, at the end of it all, there is still 1% Crimson somewhere in the world. No idea where. I searched all over, made sure the Sky Islands were purified, mined corrupt sand in the underworld, nothing. seemed to work. The pirates did spawn naturally for the first time though, because I accidentally destroyed 3 crimson altars while making the tunnels for purification. Yes, if you don't remember or missed it, I didn't break a single altar until right now. So I decided to give up on the purification because I'm not working on all of that. Instead, I decided I would actually use that whole rocket launcher purification method and started blowing up the underground hollow desert. And it went pretty well. And something's kind of satisfying is seeing this massive hole in the desert now. And I even also thought it would be really cool to get the dirtiest block. I have never once gotten this block. And there's probably, I think, what, 3 or 5 in this world? It's a large world. I think it's 3 or 5 for large. So I figured I would start destroying a bunch of dirt, see what happens. And to my surprise, I actually got the dirtiest block. And not very long. It actually didn't take very long, but I still had to use the celebration for it, okay? But I got the dirtiest block for the first time in my life, and it's so fun.
Wait.
Ah! Ah!
I found it! Hey!
But that just about wraps things up. To finish the last bits of my time, I decided to make the killing chamber. Because you see, with hardcore, I think it's really fun ending it with a simple death. It'll become a tradition if I continue doing hardcore. I think I'll continue doing. Something about it is very satisfying. Making a final build, something that's very nice, that holds the entirety of what I use throughout the game. My best accessories and armor, the things that I collected, the treasure chests that hold all the many tools I carried with me throughout this entire run. It will forever serve as a monument to this great achievement of 100 hours in Terraria Hardcore Master Mode.
And so the world finally comes to an end. 100 hours of hardcore. I actually did it. Hardcore Master. Oh, I can't. This is awesome. I never thought I'd actually beat Hardcore Master Mode. And we even beat every single boss. We spent 100 hours in it. We took things to the next level. So, time to say goodbye. Forgot I had a second build. Well, there goes all my fishing stuff. That's kind of unfortunate. Ooh. Ooh. Oh man, I lost all my fishing gear. At least I don't have the thing of balloons. Wait, what's this blue thing? Oh man. It even takes a while to get the lava-proof tackle bag. Now I'm gonna lose that. Oh, dang it. Oh, this is liberating. This is freeing dying. Oh, this feels... this actually genuinely feels like a massive weight is now off my shoulders. And I can look back on this now and reminisce. Oh man, now I'm feeling all nostalgic for this challenge. Oh man, all the things that were done. Dang. Now I'm sad I'm dead, but also I'm quite happy. Look at all the bosses we beat! All of these! Yes, awesome.